Welcome to this retro content from Throwback Thursdays, whether it's from NoDQ.com, the Jeff Meacham Network, Casa D18 Studios itself, a Simple Man's brand, or the J. Hebert Studios and anything to do with FTW Productions. This will be the content re-aired right here on Throwback Thursdays that you could expect to see on the Casa channel. I know watching back some of our old content, whether it's the open mic night intro where I'm laid on my bed, which I kind of cringe at, especially with this cool ass setup now, or whether it's, just about anything to do with what we have done on FTW Productions, from a Simple Man's brand, from the J. Hebert Studios, to even some Insanity Works and Retro Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated stuff. There's some good stuff, there's some cringe stuff, and either way, I hope you guys enjoy that stuff coming up. And, even if you didn't enjoy it, I'll be along with you for the ride. Some of the stuff does not age well, like Jeff's content does. I know he has done a deep dive on his own content and cringed at his own self, but either way, I hope you enjoy it regardless. I know in some of these clips, I have a fondness to them. So with that being said, enjoy this Throwback Thursday, and until next time, we'll see you on the J. Hebert side.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Jeff Meacham Network. The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. Well, call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah. And the He Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He's no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine.
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the thing goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
And it is time for what will hopefully be another bloody brilliant episode of Open Mic Night here on the Jeff Meacham Network, across the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, as we come out of WWE NXT Vengeance Day. Let's go ahead and bring in the panel here this evening. We've got the simple man with the spectacular voice, the man who just called the action so beautifully here alongside me, Noah Foster. The Hebe man, James Hebert, making his first appearance of the evening. We've got the simple man's best friend, Paul, in the house. We've got everyone's favorite youngster, Josh Mansfield, in the house. And then, of course, the man whose name is on the marquee, Hollywood Meacham. What is that? Drink number 3, 4, 5? Only number 2. Wow.
That's a shock.
I'll be catching up. Don't worry. Fuck.
All right. So as we get into things, as we have mentioned a few times over the course of Vengeance Day, tonight's open mic night is viewer's choice. It's honestly been a very slow week this week, so there's not a whole lot of newsworthy stuff to discuss. And sometimes, honestly, that's the best. It definitely allows us to, as Noah says every week, protect our mentality.
Don't do that, daggum enough, tell you that much.
When there's no news, that is good news. We do have a couple of things that we're going to mention. One topic that was suggested by frequent panelist Mikey T off of the heels of the Cody Rhodes promo, talking about wrestling's royal families, other families that could kind of rival the bloodline, if you will, as far as their heritage goes. There was a tweet that was put out earlier today from respected journalist Brian Alvarez about how NXT is going to allow talent to work select indies going forward. That's going to be a topic we're going to get into here momentarily. Definitely opens a lot of doors, some food for thought. Normally we don't discuss things like that internet wrestling journalists throw out there, but we did see a tweet from Reality of Wrestling, Booker T's promotion, and how they're going to have Ivy Nile working at one of their upcoming shows on the heels of this. So it does look like it's at least legitimate to a certain degree. Are we going to be seeing NXT people showing up in EWF and PWG and all the other little rinky-dink promotions across the world? Probably not. But WWE umbrella indies like Reality of Wrestling? Quite possibly. So gonna get into that. And then any topics that you guys submit. Jeff is on the wheels of steel, if you will. He is on the message boards. He is starring the ones that come in that are interesting, meat and potato, sink your teeth into topics that we will get into. I know he's got one comment starred already. So, oh no, okay, we don't have one.
That was for a comment that was supposed to be during the championship match about Braun. If he loses, will he get called up? Didn't apply because he didn't lose. So there you go.
There you go. That's fair.
That's only fair. I before we get too far into what is sure to be a fantastically fun show, because we got no script tonight. Fuck it.
Absolutely. No script, no real set topics. Maybe this will be a short episode of Open Mic Night, and Josh can get to bed here before it gets too terribly late.
God help us all. But I do want to briefly, and I mean as briefly as humanly freaking possible, talk about the in memoriam we had prior to starting the show, because there were a lot of people on that list just this week. Well, since we last did, we didn't do one last week because the Rumble was so batshit. We wanted to get right into this show. Yeah. Cindy Williams, if you are a child of the sitcom era of television, the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s, JJ and I in particular are of that era, Laverne and Shirley was amazing. It was a spinoff of Happy Days at the end of the day, but it went on to do so well on its own. And both Penny Marshall and Cindy Williams became, household names because of Laverne and Shirley. And now Cindy has passed away, unfortunately.
Well, and you figure Cindy played Ron Howard's girlfriend in American Graffiti, which in of itself kind of spawned off to Happy Days. So
yeah, it was a matter of time before they got her, and really Penny too, because Penny, of course, is Gary's sister. So it's just one of those, it kind of lent itself to not if, but when both of them were going to be featured in the Happy Days universe. So fortunately, they've both now passed on. If you are a hockey fan, I mean, God, my dad texted me. It was like a 9/11 morning, first thing in the morning, Bobby Hull passed. Like, oh my God, Bobby Hull, really? The Golden Jet, man. Multi-generational hockey star, of course. His sons and his family have all kind of gotten into the hockey business. So our condolences to the entire Hull family. Lisa Loring, if you were a again, sitcom fan even before JJ and I were born. The original Addams Family television show that's been in syndication since 1960, whatever the hell it was. She was Wednesday Addams before Christina Ricci made us question whether it was okay to have so much hots for a little girl. I mean, really. Lisa Loring was this cute little precocious little thing that was on the show every week and just stole the show damn near from Carolyn Jones and John Astin, which was no small task, especially both those people in the 60s. I'm just kind of going through this ridiculously long list, which sucks.
I gotta say, I was a little bit shocked at your placement of the In Memoriam. I usually, when I'm producing, throw it just before the open mic night intro itself. That way it's a little bit closer to the end.
I just wanted to kind of get it out of the way. I really did, because I mean, there's so many this week. It's like I said, send me the link. I'm going to mess up Annie's last name. Forgive me. I've been watching her for years, so forgive me, Annie's family, if you're actually watching this. God help you if you are, by the way. Annie Wershing, who has been on General Hospital 24. She was most recently on Star Trek Picard as the newest incarnation of the Borg Queen. 40s, only 45 years old. That's ridiculously young. Too young. She passed away this last week. Lanny Poffo just the other day. People kind of unfortunately lump Lanny in with the Macho Man because they're brothers. Randy, of course, passed away more than 10. I can't believe Randy's been gone 12 years this year, Jay. Think about that. We did that little tribute in the hallway 12 years ago. Isn't that banana? Like, it's bad shit, right? Lanny, we had heard that Lanny had been sick in recent years, so it's unfortunate. And Jim Duggan had to be the guy to break it to us all, which sucked. Poor Hacksaw, who's come off a hell scare himself. God bless Hacksaw. Kenny J, longtime AWA wrestler. He was around before there even was an AWA in Minnesota. He was wrestling for Vern. Not a whole lot to say, not a whole lot of knowledge, unfortunately, even my historical self. A lot of people in the room will know the name George P. Wilbur like that. A lot of us won't. He was the man behind the shape in Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, and Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, in reshoots anyway for part 6. So, I think it's the first time we've lost one of the primary Michaels. So it's a little bittersweet. So our thoughts are with the entire Wilbur family, the entire Halloween community. We're getting ready for 45 years of terror coming to Pasadena here in a few months, and we have to do without George now, and it sucks. To answer the question in the chat room, yes, we are going to start with open mic night thoughts. I'm already clearly shouldn't be drinking. Anyway, I did produce a graphic. Did I actually post it? Because that would have been neat. I didn't do it. Of course I didn't do it because I'm not paying attention to my damn self. But for those of you in the room here that weren't on the call for Vengeance Day, which took place in 2023, by the way, not 2003, for those of you who saw the title of the show tonight.
Yeah, I made sure I went in and I edited it in my studio as soon as I pointed it out.
Yeah, please, everybody that was featured, which was Noah's channel, James's channel, my channel, and JJ's channel, please go into your YouTube studio and edit that title before I look like a complete dumbass, because I already feel stupid enough as it is.
You're in it now.
Appreciate you, kids. For Josh and Paul, if you're in the background, or I don't know where you went, Paul, but
you went home.
I was going to say, I think Paul may have taken off for the.
Where is your headset, by the way, Noah? Like, where did that go?
He threw it off and ensured jubilation how awesome the show was.
I took it off temporarily so Paul could speak in the background.
So for everybody that was not on the call, so basically myself and James and Josh, what were your guys' thoughts on tonight's presentation from the WWE NXT brand?
I'll be honest, haven't watched it because I've been absolutely swamped with just 1, 2, 3, 4 things today. I think that's 4 today.
Hey, 4 for you is low, so good on you for having a light day.
Right, for real.
I appreciate it.
Jesus. 4 for you is a light. That's a day off, James. Enjoy it while you got it. Shit.
Right.
So to recap, I think I actually put the results up, which would be really neat if I did that. Am I actually prepared for this? I'm not. Of course I did. That would be too damn easy. I almost finished it. I had everything but the men's championship match.
producer Jeff prepared?
Shut up.
Fuck you say.
You know what? I'm about to go full Hollywood here in about 2 seconds.
This is why Renegade usually produces open mic night. But I digress by the t-shirt I did.
That's
you
right.
You can't make fun of Jeff because I take offense too. I get his pain because I do the same shit. Every time I produce, I forget like one thing, and then I beat myself up. Like, God damn it!
Well, the thing is, I don't try to beat myself up too much about it because I end up sounding like Mikey on the show, and that just makes my head spin to sound like that boy for any reason.
Valid point.
Out of line, but not wrong. I said what I said. Anyway, so
you're talking about Stat Boy. You're not out of line.
Well. Either Mikey will apply on that one. That's okay.
Mikey T is just Mikey T.
Mikey T is just awesome, and he's our resident stoner, and we love him. Sometimes tolerate him. Most times.
Damn.
Josh, what say you about the card to our let's see, stage left, but our right here on screen? Braun retains. Well, first of all, Wes Lee opens up by retaining the North American Championship. That was the biggest surprise for me. I know a lot of people picked Wes, and that's fine. New women's tag team champions, Carmelo triumphs in what is arguably going to be a contenders match at the end of the day. We saw the end of the show. New men's tag team champions with Gallus beating the New Day. Let's not gloss over that. And Roxanne and Roxanne and Braun both retaining. Josh? The floor is yours.
Let's start with that first match. I have something for specifically for our other producer, the Renegade, Mr. JJ.
Be careful.
So we were talking about that match, beforehand, and I was saying, I thought this was going to be Wes's swan song as champion. It was going to be done and over with.
Yes.
He got his time. He's going to go back to just doing whatever now. That match, the words I spoke before you guys went live to call the show. See this potato chip right here?
Wait.
Yeah. You see this potato chip right here? This potato chip right here represents my words.
I like it.
Hey, Wes Lee did have a chip on his shoulder, so you're eating the chip off his shoulder now.
It is a good thing that we don't do that with everything we have to eat our words for, because we'd all be fat and freaking have cholesterol issues like Uncle Jeff here.
I already do.
God,
all good.
I've
got my own bag of chips here next to me, so.
Hey, you know what, JJ? I only liken that to the post you sent me about. It's a good thing that farts aren't contagious like yawns. We'd all be in trouble.
Damn
so
right.
I specifically saved that chip from the end of my dinner.
Dude, that is commitment to the bit. I applaud that
right?
shit. That's good shit.
That's
Sandman not answering the door while he's blind.
Right? I applaud that, Josh. We give you shit more often than on a Saturday night because Lord knows you fucking earn it. But damn it, that was good shit. I love it. That was great. You know what? Here, wait.
Oh man, you actually got Meacham to stand up.
Stand up out of my fat ass chair. That's
and
right.
as anybody that knows him will tell you, that's an accomplishment.
It is an accomplishment, especially when I've been drinking and had a light meal, because Lord knows this plant-based shit's gonna make me not want to stick with it. Anyway, this is where I get my good stuff, is the alcohol. The plant-based stuff doesn't do me any good. Anyway,
what were you gonna say about the rest of the card, Josh?
Yeah, that match ruled. Absolutely amazing. Women's tag team title match blew me away. I had zero expectations. It was so much fun. I was shocked by the title change, like everyone was, but it was so much fun. Like,
damn it, Jerry Slaughter, the one time you got something right.
What was that, Noah?
Did Jerry pick that one right?
He was the only one that picked it right.
No shit, really?
Sweet Lord.
Good on Jerry Slaughter.
Good on him.
Good on
2 out of 3 falls match. It's Carmelo Hayes. Like, the guy does not know the meaning of the words bad match.
But did you expect him to win it 2-0, Josh?
No, I did not expect that.
No, that surprised me too, going 2 straight.
Yeah.
And then with Commander Aziz or whatever he's called now,
coming
out, and then you knew that turn was happening. You knew we were going to see this.
Well, okay, yes. Okay, well, first of all, I didn't see him coming in the first place. Like, I didn't know he was there.
True.
So, but the minute he walks out, it's like, okay, he's gonna turn on Apollo because, like I said in the green room, chat room, no good deed goes unpunished. Apollo's been too squeaky clean the baby face. Something's got to give here.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be interesting. Something for Apollo to do while Mello goes for big money with Mr. Bronson. The Fatal 4-Way Tag match, just so beautiful.
Yes.
So beautiful. Those high school jobbers getting their butts kicked, looking like the jobbers they are. So that was good. Pretty deadly, looking pretty and showing that they're deadly. New Day, building 3 teams. I will say building up and showcasing 3 teams and just, doing their job as the veterans. And
actually taking the fall, doing the JOB themselves. That was impressive.
I expected them to lose. I expected them to lose to that team. I did not expect them to actually take the fall. It would have been probably more beneficial if they would have pinned Kofi over Woods, but I digress. Either way, right team won, Gallius won, and Noah got a happy ending with that match.
Okay, hang on. First of all, what'd you call him?
Gallus.
Okay.
I heard Gallius.
Yeah,
I heard Gallius too.
It's like
I accidentally said it a couple times.
You can't here talking about the right team won and not even call them by the right name, Josh.
And then my joke.
Maybe you need to go back to Chase University and learn some pronunciation.
Nay. We heard your joke. Just because you can't say the O word doesn't mean you can say happy ending either. Knock it off.
I got a joke about Chase University. Ready to hear it?
Okay.
Always.
All right, cool. You know what their greatest sports is in Chase University? And it wouldn't be wrestling like you would think.
What?
It's track and field. That's why they're called Chase U, because they're chasing you.
And Josh, you can't talk about Noah having a happy ending in this match because then we segue into the triple threat women's title.
Oh no!
Oh, that was okay. Fair enough. Because that match. So
Even
much
Jeff
fun.
left for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about touching that, but that lends a joke itself. So
Let's just say where we're going.
Roads where we're going, we don't need roads.
That
road less traveled. I get it. All right.
Adrenaline.
Guys, let's try to get back on track, okay? Let's not chase Noah away in the first 20 minutes of the broadcast.
Right.
That's fair.
I love you, Noah.
Let's get at least one topic before Noah decides to break out the Moxley book tonight. Seriously.
Yes.
At least one
the
topic.
triple threat match was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Just like from a wrestling perspective and a storyline perspective, absolutely chef's kiss.
Now let me ask you, Josh. Let me ask you: did it look like the ending was rushed?
No.
Like you don't think that they told them to go home quicker than they had planned? Because it seemed like the ending sequence to me and Noah, with Gigi going through the table, and then the pop rocks off the top turnbuckle there to JC. It looked like all that came like really quick. Like they had gotten in their ear, hey, we're starting to run long. We still got the cage match. Let's go home.
No? They started a good amount of time before the cage match. They ended like 10 minutes before 11. So
it came off to me and Noah like the ending sequence was rushed. I was curious about the other people that saw it.
No, I thought that looked like that was what was planned.
Same question to you, Jeff, when it gets to you talking about it.
Jeff is AFK right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I thought that was how it was planned. I mean, it was brutal seeing her go through that table. And then the top rope up. Why is the finisher name escaping me?
Pop Rocks.
Pop Rocks. I thought that's what it was. From the top rope, Thing of Beauty, absolute right call with Roxy winning. Full on. Now she can go on to lose it to Cora Jade or AJ Lee Jr.
Wow.
Hot take.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You could be too soon to say at this point. We gotta see what's next for.
Hey, you know what? AJ Lee's skateboard didn't shatter upon initial swing like Horace did.
True.
That's fair.
Steel
I'm
cage
here. I'm
match
just
was
trying to find
good.
something real quick.
Steel cage match was good. I thought the ending was great. I thought the match itself was an okay match. Probably the least, my least favorite out of the entire show. I don't think it was bad. And then, of course, Melo and Braun at the end. Perfect. Please. Oh no, great pay-per-view. I haven't had that much fun watching wrestling in a long time.
Emmanuel said that the main event crowd seemed dead, that the crowd was quiet when Braun won, thinks they're ready for a title change. Are you in agreement with that? Do you think it's time to get the belt off of Bronathan?
I love him, but yeah, it's time. He's had it for what? Over
almost a full year, because he got it back from Dolph Stand and Deliver WrestleMania weekend.
Well, yes,
307
Dolph,
days right now.
I count Dolph as a little, how do I want to put this, asterisk between the title reigns. Yes, it counts, but I count it as a little asterisk between his first win and then beating Dolph Ford on Raw.
That's great that you can as an asterisk, but you're not the WWE record keeper. He won the title and he lost it back to Braun. He's Dolph's champion too.
Yeah, I'm aware. I count his reign as existing. I'm just saying, in the long run, people don't remember it, and a lot of people really remember it as starting from well before then.
I remember it. I remember it because it was it showed that NXT was no longer what it was.
I also remember it because Nick's a buddy. It's a little biased.
Fair enough. But
anyway.
Yeah, it's time to get the title off of him. It's time for him to go up where the big boys play.
WCW doesn't exist anymore. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, welcome to WCW Monday Night.
Where the big boys play with each other. And anyway.
All right, Meacham, what were your thoughts? You did come on camera a little bit. Thank you for allowing me to go make my dinner and then eat during intermission.
Yes. By the way, tonight's microphone is brought to you by the 1995 WWF edition of the toy department. Just because I've been looking for this for a month and I find it, I'm proud of my goddamn self tonight.
Jeff must have done some house cleaning.
Yeah, a little bit. That's why I'm here, mainly to clean this place up and get it ready for sale and to battle the flood should they come back because, goddamn, this house is not ready for rain. Or anything else weather for that matter, except nice, pretty sunshine. Stupid California. Anyway, I enjoyed the show. I enjoyed being able to watch it, and that was the key thing for me. I don't get a whole lot of opportunities when I'm producing these, or even when I'm not producing them. When I'm just, at home watching, to just watch and enjoy as a fan, and I was able to do both tonight. I was able to, pop in when necessary to help JJ out when he needed to do his dinner time, and I was able to still enjoy every bit of the show, and I cannot stress enough how awesome that is because NXT, I saw it on Twitter. Our buddy, the Cleaver, Colin Andrews, says he still, has a hard time or something to the effect of how far NXT has fallen. I like tonight's show, and I know a lot of people are still going to reserve final judgment on the new and improved wink, wink NXT. I have faith in the future with Shawn Michaels at the helm and Triple H overseeing things, regardless of what Vince McMahon's involvement is. And if you listen to Nick Khan's latest interview, he's literally just trying to get the place sold. So whatever. I'm kind of over the Vince thing at this point. Yeah. The show was great to watch. I enjoyed every match for what it was. Found myself surprised, which doesn't happen all that often. Me and my damn, cocky self. Oh, I know everything's going to happen. I had no idea New Day was going to take the fall. That was impressive that they actually did that. I'm surprised both tag titles changed hands. I'm surprised we didn't see more of a post-match bickering with the new women's champions. I'm sure they'll develop that more on Tuesday. But it's cool to see that Sean is not afraid to hit the reset button at certain points of his show. I like that. That's good for a booker, creative, whatever person to need to do. Sometimes you get, you know what, this shit ain't working. Do something different.
Yeah.
And
it's
Fallon
not that Makana and Kaden weren't working. They were doing amazing together. I was slowly starting to get behind them, but I feel like there's too much story to be written with Fallon and Kiana, and having them with the belts will really help progress that story.
I just don't want them to do what they did with Cora and Roxanne, where one or the other drops them on Tuesday. That would be grossly misguided.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do it that quickly. I say wait for Stand and Deliver. I think that's when the trigger will get pulled.
And Jay, I think that's part of why I was able to enjoy this show so much. This is the last NXT premium event before they come here. And it's very likely I'm going to be at that show. So I'm like, what I get to see. So the anticipation is higher than usual for me on a Saturday. If you know, you know.
I understand that reference.
Very good. Appreciate you. So I'm looking forward to what happens in the next, whatever it is, 6 weeks between now and WrestleMania weekend. So it's all roads, as Noah said, lead to the Crypto.com Arena and SoFi Stadium at this point. And it really starts with NXT. If you figure WWE premium event wise, yes, there's the Hall of Fame. Yes, we're going to cover that. Yes, there's SmackDown at Crypto, but NXT Stand Deliver is really the brand that will, as they've done for so many years, set the pace going into WrestleMania. And this show really put them on the right path to that, I think.
I think so too. Same question I asked Josh. I don't know if you heard it. Do you feel like the ending of the women's title match felt rushed, or was it paced the way it was supposed to be? Because me and Noah both felt like the go home spots of Gigi going through the table and Pac rocks off the top were a little bit rushed there for finish.
I'm wondering if they got a cue from the referee because they may have gone over their time because they wanted to give Grayson and Braun their time figure. We set a 10-minute intermission. We started right at 8, which we have not done in a minute on this show. So I think that they were running over their time that they were originally allotted. So I'm sure a referee or one of them went up, better go home, and maybe rushed, but I still felt the match flowed fine the whole way through, even the finish.
Fair enough.
And there's one more person that I don't know if he watched the whole show, but he is here. So let's bring him on in.
Hey, Mikey B, the movie star.
Been a while.
What is the good, bros? What's popping, guys? Open mic night alumni.
What's popping? Jesse's pussy in the opening, apparently, but we'll go.
I'm glad you guys kept it, man. Open mic night has the edge.
It really does.
It does. What's popping tonight was Noah's reaction to the Gallus boys coming out on top.
No!
And my reaction to the women's title match.
Yes! Guys, boys are back on top, Mikey!
That's what was popping here tonight.
Noah, hang on.
Jeff, I'm talking here. I know. There's no Jessie here to be popping her pussy. So those are the two things that are coming out on top here tonight.
I gotta start with that. We're gonna keep going.
Noah, assume
that booty.
Noah, we'll bring it back. Assume the pose, Noah.
Got it, boys on top.
Yeah, there we go. I feel better. Okay. All right, Jay, go ahead. But you know what? They had a good showing tonight. I didn't mention going to death on the tag title match, but Chase U, they've grown on me like a fungus, but they've grown on me. They really have.
I'm gonna be 1,000,000,000% honest. What has made Chase U grow for me is Thea Hale.
Oh, yeah, she's the thing that puts the presentation over, but I will give Andre Chase credit's due. Heck of an effort, but Thea Hale, that energy is unmatched versus anybody else inside that arena that whole night. There is an infectious passion with her that actually makes me care about the act.
Also, Duke, though, you guys, because for like the last 3 months, you just thought that Duke was actually going to turn his back on Chase U, but now it's like he's kind of like quirky and it's getting over. He's like Baron Corbin light. Not Baron Corbin, excuse me, Wade Barrett light.
I was gonna say,
Save
let's not totally curse Duke like that. Jesus.
Yeah, I gotta admit, Duke Hudson getting away from the gambling table, working as a student, maybe top protege of Chase University. It works for what he and Andre have put together with Thea Hale as the ultimate cheerleader. The three work as an act. There, I said it.
There you go. And I mean, in all fairness, comparing him to Baron Corbin wouldn't be so bad, I think, considering that y'all have said that the lone wolf in NXT was Corbin at his finest.
It was.
So to compare Duke to Baron Corbin, considering he is still NXT, that's not a bad comparison in my opinion. It may have been a botched comparison. He may have been going for Wade Barrett, but the lone wolf in NXT, in your NXT, was a solid Corbin.
He was a solid Corbin. I think people have a very poor taste in their mouth of Corbin nowadays, and that's what gets referenced in our brains first, which is sad, but it is, like I said, I will forever give Dylan shit for choosing Baron Corbin. And look how far that got you, and look where Kofi was just a couple years later. He was the world champion.
Bad prediction. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And again, he was how old when Baron, was on the, he was 8. He was not even, I don't think he was even 6 years old when he made that decision. So, you can't really give him too much shit for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not 6, 2016. Yeah, 6 years old. Yeah.
Greg thought he would be a champion too, I believe. And my brother John.
We all thought Baron had potential forever. And then they cut the Lone Wolf gimmick off at its knees and, made him, I think the first real bad shift was how poor a Mr. Money in the Bank he was. And it's just gone downhill from there. Honestly.
We don't need to bring that Money in the Bank cash in. That's for sure. No. The year we do not talk about, 2017 SmackDown.
So, Mikey T, did you see the show this evening?
I had only saw the opening match with Wesley and Dijak, and then I saw that they really either way you could go with the first two matches, the North American title and the women's tag. You could consider it logical WWE booking, or you can consider it them going against the grain with Wesley winning the first match, because it's like he just got the title, and the way of him getting the title was a ladder match, for crying out loud. To have him lose that title so quick would have been illogical. And plus, the man has had quite the story for the last 9 months with that whole tag team that eventually won the gold. They broke him up. Wesley was transitioning through a couple partners.
Right.
So it was good for him to retain. But I just knew, and I could have sworn that I'd messaged Noah earlier and wanted to go with Katina and
Katana Chance and Kaden Carter.
Yeah, I wanted to go with them because they've been getting so it's been at least 2 months that they've been booking all four of them together. Not the tag champions, but that four combination of Briggs and Jensen, maybe.
Yeah, right. Briggs and Jensen.
And it just seemed like since Briggs and them ain't getting the tag titles, that a good culmination for that with them getting the women's title. And let's just see where it goes. And plus, at the beginning of the Vengeance, or on NXT, I just heard them talking about how these women have had the titles for 6 months, building it up so much. So I was like, they're not going to have the titles much longer.
Yeah. The way I see it, Mikey, if I could politely interject, is this. Why I do, again, I looked at the highlights. I was looking at, the division. I was looking at the layout. I was thinking about, okay, they faced these people during this run. They haven't faced these people yet. Maybe these two people can go after the titles. I was honestly expecting them to draw them at Stand Deliver against what's becoming the newly founded tag team of Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. That was my big end game for them. I was wrong.
Right. Well, Katina and the other girl are just hot right now. If anybody is really watching NXT, that storyline is hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's more storyline than tag team development, especially with that so-called call to somebody that could break a man's heart. Again, it's Love Blind. It feels like a love story is more the story here versus the two coexisting. I was expecting literally them to blow up against each other, or Brooks being forced to make a choice and a complete breakdown fallout of the family, like somebody you would see off some freaking sitcom, soap opera drama with the Seabiscuit nonsense country type thing. I was expecting a breakdown tonight and a breakup among the Fawn Henry family regime.
Primetime dramedy.
Yeah, that nonsense. I don't watch that stuff.
Primetime dramedy. I mean, yeah.
I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, but again, not my TV, damn it. But yeah, they had the titles for 187 days, surpassing the longest single run of NXT Women Tag Team Champions in Toxic Attraction. So they had their course. So I guess tonight for the, to put, like you said, put the reset button on, it did make sense in context. We'll see where the story goes now among all four.
It was the longest transitional reign.
Bingo.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah, so everybody was sure that Casey and Caden were going to be like in and out, and then they weren't.
No.
So,
because I feel like once they got the belts off of Toxic Attraction, there really wasn't anywhere for them to go with them.
There really wasn't.
Wow. You know, we've mentioned before how WWE doesn't know what they're doing with tag divisions, and especially the women's tag division.
Oh, big time.
You know, it's like you've got Zoe Stark and Nikita Lyons, but then 2 weeks later you got Zoe Stark beating the shit out of Nikita. You got Roxy and Cora Jade winning the tag straps, and then a week later, Roxy's getting beaten down by Cora, and Cora's throwing her belt in the trash can. So it's like, what do you do?
Yep.
You know, so they moved the belts from Toxic Attraction.
Yep.
And then what do you do with it?
Well, the funny thing is, JJ, it was that breakup of Roxanne and Cora Jade that literally led to a vacant fatal four-way to crown new tag champs, and that's when Katana and Kaden got the titles in the first place.
And look how long, JJ, it took them to build up Fallon and Kiana just as a possible threat.
Mm-hmm.
Even with their infighting nonsense, that this was still the first time we thought, this may happen. So
I do agree with Noah, though. I would not be surprised to Stand and Deliver Alba and Isla take the straps off of Fallon and Kiana.
If Isla and Alba can keep their proverbial shit together with amongst themselves, it's going to be a hell of a match either way. If it happens.
Noah, at the beginning of the broadcast, you said, as you so eloquently put every time we discuss NXT, that it is not your NXT, damn it, but it's getting better.
Yep.
How do you feel coming out of this showing this evening?
Been a long time since I've shown this type of energy for an NXT prog, I'll tell you that much. Overall, I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I was absolutely engaged, and I lost myself in the call when I feel like I went from commentator to straight-up fan live there in the arena. Every match definitely delivered. There was definitely surprise factors that I did not expect, but honestly, I was not against. Again, incredible set pace for the night with Dijak, who again has been chasing the title for so long. Still came up short, but did not look weak in defeat. The way that they threw a curveball at me with the storytelling of Kiana James and Fallon Henry, their second match ever as a tag team. They're the new tag champs. But again, Kaden and Katana have already set history for these belts. I thought was a nice touch. And then you have the 2 out of 3 falls, which really surprised with the fact they literally went 2-0, literally showing that Melo don't miss because he didn't have to fight back at all. He made sure Apollo Crews could not render a decision. The whole aftermath with he and his former general from Nigerian royalty, kind of weird, but okay. Now it's a sub feud to happen in NXT. As far as the 4-way, again, Tim and Paxley, you need decaf, girl. But then again, she had more energy probably than me in that entire arena this whole night, just during that match. And I think I was paying attention to her more than the actual in-ring action because she was just so fun to watch. Damn it, Jeff. Overall, though, everybody brought everything out in and out of the ring to prove why they should be the tag team to watch in NXT. It was anybody's game, but I'm so damn happy that Gallus boys came out on top, and now they can establish a new kingdom. I'm just waiting for Joe Coffey to become NXT champion, but that's going to be a long way away. Honestly, that 4-way match was my match of the night. As far as the triple threat, again, suspension of disbelief, Toxic Attraction, can they coexist? Does, the same type of polarity actually work together or repel one another? a little bit of both showcase, to say the least. Gigi Dolan is still certifiably crazy. You can tell from the opening ring. But JC, again, it was almost like the prize was so rich, she had to make sure she gets it some way, somehow. She showed a bit of her wild side, too. Roxanne showed how much spirit she had, though, and what it means for her to hold this title. Why she wanted to purge something toxic, I think so far right now, you just got a new formula of a toxic attraction developing in NXT. Whether or not they continue working together or let's just do a full-out rivalry, I'm kind of intrigued to see where the two go from here. And the main event was what it was, okay? It was a viral moment with Grayson Waller getting superplexed from the top of the cage to the mat. And after instigating Braun Breaker, Braun finally shut the man up, which is what a lot of people need to learn to do on social media. Shut the hell up. So at the end of the day, I felt that the right person won in that main match. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if him can finally become the one to beat Braun Breaker. This was a great set pace for what I feel could be a very strong NXT in 2023. And it's certainly much better than what it used to be for me, to say the least. Enjoyed the show top to bottom.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Noah. Are you going to tune in on Tuesday to see what happens next?
They didn't preview anything regarding what's going to happen this Tuesday night. So I am going to say, because they didn't give me nothing to consider on, no.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Go ahead,
Follow-up
Jeff. I saw
question.
your hand up.
Yeah. Follow-up question. Good old JM gives you a Chase U style hall pass for a night. And you don't have to call the show. NXT comes to Ohio for a live event, for a premium live event, or even a house show. Do you go at this point?
NXT house show live event in Ohio.
That would probably be a boring
You go to NXT Detroit, Cleveland, and Columbus whenever they were around during the Black and Gold era. And right now, so far during the White and Gold, there is more to engage and enjoy than is to my dismay and WTF. Why is this a thing? I think I probably would, depending on who's on the card.
I'll take
more
it.
NXT UK top than the actual NXT stuff, and you got me.
And Mikey, for the record, I went to an NXT house show in Bakersfield. I was set up for boredom, and I still enjoyed myself.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, I was meaning to watch NXT all week. You know, it's like, 45-minute clips.
Right.
And like, I haven't even been able to watch that. You know what I mean? So going to a live show of that, I feel like it would probably be worse than going to a WCW show back in the day, which I know JJ went to one, right?
I did. I was going to say, you know what? I resemble that remark because I went to a WCW Thunder in October 2000
I was going to say
they were at their worst in the Long Beach Arena.
Yeah.
Granted, I got a free ticket from one of the superstars, but still.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He went to Thunder in 2000. He a glutton. So.
Yeah, got pictures with Stasiak and Palumbo when they were still a team together.
Nice.
Reno when he was the hardcore champion. Remember Reno? Yeah, no one else does either. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Josh.
So Noah, buddy, old pal of mine.
Oh, here we
my
go.
brother.
This is going to be the pick on Noah portion of the show.
A little bit.
I wonder
which
why.
I am very completely fine by.
Well, yeah,
Noah,
as long as
buddy.
the red dot's not on your forehead, you don't care who we pick on.
Right.
So Noah, if NXT puts out, their lineup or what they're going to advertise for Tuesday, if they put that out like tomorrow or Monday, is there still a chance you might decide to tune in? You
Possibly.
said no, but you won't because there's nothing advertised.
Possibly.
If what they advertise is appealing to you and good based off of what just happened tonight, is there a chance then you would tune in?
Possibly. Depends right now on which side they focus on, the NXT UK side or the actual NXT side of things, because I'm still heavily NXT UK versus NXT. And that's the real kicker for me, which is why I'm so damn happy and I popped out of my seat when the Gals boys finally got their spot on top. So it depends, again, what they put in front of me. But as far as this week going into Super Bowl week, there's only one thing I'm looking forward to, and that's Wednesday night championship fight night with Jamie Hayter and Allie.
Yes.
Fair enough. And Super Bowl, yeah, go Birds.
Whatever, don't give a damn about that sport.
48 minutes ago. Congratulations to everyone in hashtag WWE NXT. Packed house, amazing athletes, incredible event. The future of at WWE is bright indeed. Hashtag Vengeance Day. Tweet
This
from
is who?
Triple H.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, the man.
I dig it.
Yes, Mikey T. And I appreciate you raising your hand, sir.
Hey, man, you got to follow the open mic night protocol. It's all protocol. Damn it. Everybody knows that from hip hop to, podcasting. Noah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You guys know it.
Here's the gimmick. Okay, James, you're next. Think of a question. God damn it.
No.
Okay, got it.
The chat's going to blast me with questions. What's up, Mikey?
Well, now the chat will just super chat to try and get you to sing again.
Oh my God! Don't do that, Jesus.
That ain't happening.
Let's be real. The throwaway feud is over, man. The whole Grayson Wilder throwaway feud is over, my friend. Aren't you thinking if you miss NXT this week, you may be missing the very beginning of the Carmelo Hayes and Braun Breaker?
Ooh. Good point, Mikey T. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call Grayson Waller a throwaway feud, but go ahead, Noah.
They did that 2 times in a row on 2 TV shows. They did it you know what I mean? And I'm not talking about just the Bad Meets Evil. They did that like 6 months ago where Grayson challenged Braun Breaker on a TV pay-per-view. But anyways, I digress.
I understand your point. It kind of is the same mentality when it comes to, okay, we're starting something new. Am I going to miss it? Maybe. But that's why YouTube exists. So again, let me know. I'll do it. It's not there, and there's not enough content for me to actually tune in, especially to a 2-hour product with more commercials than action, because that's still a problem with the WWE more than any other wrestling product I watch. Damn it. But I digress. Again, it all comes down to what you put in front of me, what you tell me. So, yeah, again, if they give me that, that's another big maybe. But again, if it's a highlight that's going to be on the freaking USA Network YouTube channel that I can watch commercial free in under 8 minutes, then I think I know which way I'm going come Wednesday morning after the AEW Control Center.
Fair.
Hand down, Josh. We're not. Yeah. Read the response.
All right, James, what's your question for Noah? Everyone else has gotten one in. Let's finish the gimmick up.
I need a question.
And then we'll move on.
Okay. It's got to be a non-wrestler related question because
everyone is asking him about not his NXT. You can't stick with the gimmick, Hebert.
I didn't watch it.
Here, wait. I got
it. So silent tonight. You didn't watch the damn show, bro?
I didn't. No, I've been busy as hell, dude. I've been swamped with a bunch of gigs.
I got you. All right, so Noah. So I'm gonna do the James gimmick here. All right, Noah. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here, listen. This is good shit. This is good. Right here.
Okay. Listen.
So Noah. Regardless of NXT happening on Tuesday, what was your favorite banger of the night to call? There you go.
That's perfect. That was damn near perfect, Jeff.
I tried.
That's scarily accurate.
Oh my gosh.
That was like 98%.
Try to keep the show moving.
Amy Katie, shout out to Casey Flynn, my preacher brother from ATW. I'm not doing that. And I'm not freaking, Uncle Howdy. So I'm not going to follow her leghorn here. As far as my favorite banger to call tonight, again, the freaking middle 4-way tag team title match. It was bonkers. I'm not going to lie. At one point, you literally had all 8 men attacking each other, literally one after another, like a domino effect. And then they all fall on the freaking outside. I got to say, it was the Fatal 4 NXT Tag Team title match. That was my favorite match to call. And not just because the Gallus boys came out on top. I enjoyed it bell to bell.
That was just icing on the cake. The Gallus won that. It's been brought up in our watch-along chat, JJ. I'm sorry to talk over it. Apparently at the presser, Grayson Waller confronted Shawn Michaels, and Matt Bloom had to lead Mr. Waller away. So I don't think they're done with Waller being in the big spotlight picture. Just
nice. That'd be good for him.
That's a viral moment right there.
Right?
He's gonna have a match with Shawn Michaels. Is that what
Albert?
they're gonna do? Oh my
Oh,
god!
God. Oh,
Fowler,
no.
baby.
I hope not. I really do.
A-Train?
Yeah. A-Train / Albert / Nick Hippo / Lord Tensai
/ the snitch that got Mandy Rose fired.
Pretty much.
I was from Boston, Mass, because I was called A-Train.
bitch.
It's a joke on the MBTA.
If you know, you know.
All right. So
if you know,
once
you know.
again, for those of you out there that are watching the show, I'm not sure how many it is because I'm not producing tonight. Get your questions in. It is viewer's choice this evening. So we will be answering your suggestions, your questions, your topics while we wait for some of those to get in, since it seems like Emmanuel's the only one commenting in the chat and he's just commenting along with what we're talking about.
Which is fine.
We appreciate you being here, Emmanuel.
Yeah, appreciate it.
While we wait for some suggestions and topics, let's get into Brian Alvarez's tweet.
Oh, lovely.
No, it's okay.
NXT is going to allow talent to work select indies going forward, which is a pretty big deal. I completely agree with this. I honestly don't understand why WWE hasn't allowed the NXT talent to work select indies all along.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I know Vince is closed-minded against everything. It's, WWE and everything else.
Yeah.
But you think about all the other major promotions in the company, or in the country, excuse me. You think about Reign of Honor, you think about Impact, you think about AEW, and those talents are allowed to work for other promotions.
Yes.
Yep.
WWE is really, really late on this, in my opinion, because there's so much talent in NXT. And I know she's out right now with a torn ACL or whatever it is, but Nikita Lyons.
Yep.
Nikita Lyons is still greener than baby shit when it comes to being in the ring.
That is green, yo.
Damn.
Working indies for her gives her a huge chance to get her gimmick, her moveset, her character developed so that when she does come to Tuesday nights and appears on the broadcast, there is no question her shit is crisp. Same for some of the people that are performing currently on Level Up. You think about a Lola Vice, who's still trying to get up to the main NXT roster. You think about Ava Rain. You think about Santito's daughter. Forgive me for not remembering her name right now. And I'm not just thinking of, don't mean just the women could benefit off this. I mean, there's men too, but these are the ones that I know of that have either had limited matches or still leave a lot to be desired in the ring.
Well, considering you're one of 10 people that probably know Level Up even exists and watch it.
I don't watch it. I just know it exists. Because when I go to www.com to shows, it shows Level Up.
I was about to say,
that's about all I know about it.
There's only one person that actually watches Level Up to study how rookies are doing, and that's Owen Finch on WWE Aftershock. He's the only one in history that I know that reviews that shit.
If there's only one person that watches it, it's either got to be Shawn Michaels or Matt Bloom themselves.
There's got to be other people that watch it then. If two of us in here know it, and James's friend watches it and reviews it.
But the point of all this is that there's a lot of talent that can use this opportunity to seriously get over. Ivy Nile is going to be performing for Booker T's Reality of Wrestling. This was the tweet that came out that showed me that there may be some legitimacy to this, which is why we went ahead and covered it. Whereas usually we don't address every internet wrestling journalist's rumors.
Right. Yeah.
But seeing a tweet from ROW, and no, that's not me, the official ROW, Renegade of Wrestling. It's Reality of Wrestling.
Booker T's Academy.
But seeing that tweet, seeing Booker's tweet added a little bit of validity to Brian Alvarez's tweet. There can be nothing but positivity from this.
Yeah. Brian put his tweet out shortly after ROW put their official, for lack of a better term, press release tweet out. And then he followed up his tweet with saying that Ivy was going to be at Reality of Wrestling.
Unfortunately, though, not a lot of people follow Reality of Wrestling, so Brian's came off as being the news breaking tweet.
Right. Which, again, we will all 6 of us in here and everybody that's part of this little multiverse that has been cultivated under my name on the marquee or whatever you want to call it, we have our opinions about the Dave Marquez's, the Brian Alvarez's, the Sean Ross Sapp's of the world. It is what it is. But the fact is, Brian has it this time. He had the news and he broke it to the folks that don't follow Booker's promotion. So good on Brian for putting the news out there that it seems like WWE, NXT, whatever you want to classify it as, is starting to allow their talent to branch out. Now, Ivy working for Booker, it's like, okay, well, Booker's a WWE contracted talent and he's a NXT commentator. Of course he's going to, they're going to be allowed to work there. They'll probably be allowed to work at not Bubba's school, because Bubba's with Impact Wrestling now. There are people on the WWE payroll or roster or whatever you want to call it that have their own schools, have their own account. Rollins, I couldn't think of it. Rollins has his own school, so probably see a lot of those kids come in and out of NXT or go to other or NXT talent go to Rollins school. There's going to be a lot of cross promotion, which is always good for wrestling. Always. But how much credence? Oh, well, look at WWE. They're doing, yeah, they are, but they're not. Type deal. It's really a very much a gray area in that. Okay, yeah, you guys can go work here, but if an AEW talent's on the show, you're not losing to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a thing. I can almost guarantee that.
Oh, bar none.
Because.
And by the way, just to get the tribalist crap out of the way, AEW does that selective bullshit too. So they're both.
Well, they 100% do. But but then again, you know what? When they brought Camille in, when her and Rosa were having their little program there at the start of the pandemic, Camille looked strong. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna shit on Tony too much on that one. No. Whatever you think of Thunder Rosa nowadays, people, whatever. But it is what it is. But I liked that this is a thing. Brian breaking the news, whatever. He's the, like the opening says, he's the least smelly turd of the bunch, to be honest with you. Brian at least has, a little bit of wrestling, training under his belt. So good on Brian. And Brian was on our show a couple times in the early days. So, whatever. He just has that Meltzer musk on him, and it just stinks. So it is what it is. I'm happy for these kids that work in NXT that are being trained by Booker, trained by people like Seth Rollins that are going to get the opportunities. That's crucial, because the only way you get better in wrestling, the only way you get better doing anything is reps, weightlifting, on-camera appearances, homework, anything you do. If you do it enough, you'll get better at it eventually. Practice makes perfect, as the old adage goes. So we lost Jay for whatever. I don't know if he backed it on purpose.
Difficulties. He had a Wi-Fi drop.
Well, that will be a thing out in his neck of the woods out there in the boonies, because Lord knows it happens to me all the time. I'm at his place or at my sister's house.
Fair enough.
So it looks like I get to run the room. God help me. Okay.
Right. Jeff, like you said, it's like I've been talking about several times before. Collaboration is better than competition. The entire industry can help grow if they work more with each other versus one another. And for W to do this with selective, quote unquote, yes, it took them a long time to figure that out, but now they're finally getting into that type of mindset. That does show me a lot more flexibility that could come to the variety of what I could see in the WWE Pro, which what WWE has needed for the longest damn time. Like I said, this Not My NXT brought the most promise tonight out of this white and gold NXT for me to actually nearly almost consider trying to tune into a freaking TV product. Not there yet, but you're pushing the boundaries. So again, to figure that, this could lead to future signings, future appearances, future surprises, future developments. Actually, Andretti, who showed up out of the freaking Maryland area, now signed with AEW. There you go. I mean, the freaking Thea Hale, that you know her as, is the former Nikita Knight that did one match in AEW Dark, and they turned her whole character development upside down and turned around. So again, it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, this is good. I'm curious where this goes. But something told me, especially when Booker T became part of the commentary, that his academy had to be involved more heavily.
Oh yeah. James, I was going to throw to you before I brought JJ in, so I do want to go ahead and do that anyway.
You
have been by far the most outspoken against Vince McMahon and his running of WWE. Let's not even front on that.
Yep.
So with this, I feel, and again, this is just how I feel about it. I feel like this announcement, initiative, whatever you want to call it, is, yes, again, great for the industry, great for business within companies. But I also think it's a thinly veiled shawl about we're not Vince's WWE anymore, so this is what's going to happen now. Agreed?
Exactly. Yep. I think a lot of people got very, very scared when they heard that Vince was back in any capacity, and reasonably so. This really does show that he is there just to sell the company and not run every facet of said company. And I think that's good for everybody involved, including him, because, you know, he's still a part of the company somehow, some way. He's still doing he's still somehow helping with the company in some regard that he started his empire that he, you know, has taken over from his dad many years ago.
Yep.
So it makes a lot of sense that, you know, he's there to do the facilitation of the sale, but it also makes sense that he's not there running everything, and he's letting Triple H and Nick Khan kind of do that portion of it, or portion of it. So,
but that's
honestly,
good, though. Yeah,
that's a really good thing, and I think the dynamic has probably been the best it's ever been in WWE in a long time, and I'd even go as far as to say the morale there is probably better than it was even in the Attitude Era. You know, because you got to think, like, all the stories, the horror stories that Triple H tells and Austin tells, like, you know, what did Triple H really want out of NXT when he first started it? He wanted there to be more flexibility within the industry. He wanted the WWE to be a lot more forgiving for letting wrestlers be themselves and get over and not have a cutthroat aspect about the backstage atmosphere. We're getting that now.
I think I'm the longest tenured fan of everybody in the room. I think the only person I know in my circle, you know, that's been a longer tenured fan as far as I know intimately is Aaron. You know, Aaron saying that the Rumble ending was the best he's seen, which is, you know, that's, you know, 35 years of fandom going, wow, okay, that's interesting. Things like that, things like this initiative with NXT, you know, branching out to other companies. I think you're right, James and JJ. I promise I'll be good after this. It's definitely the best it's been in my over 32 years of fandom. I feel so hopeful as a fan, as somebody who, you know, creates content on this industry. I am so hopeful for the rest of 2023.
And Jeff, just to add a bow on that, let's consider this. Triple H came in halfway through last year to start his own direction of the company. This year is truly a clean slate from beginning, and we're already the 2 shows in, and we're already more engaged, entertained, pleased, and inspired for the future than we probably have ever been in WWE, WF history.
Yeah, I would say that. I also, I wasn't looking at the screen. We lost JJ again. I also, you know, yes, he came in to run creative halfway through the year, but honestly, truthfully, I think they've been preparing for this for a lot longer than we realize.
Yeah.
I really think that they've known that the proverbial shit was getting ready to hit the fan with Vince. Okay, everybody's all bounced around here. I know what people where they are, because we have reasons. They've known, at least underneath the surface, that these allegations were there and that Hunter was going to have to step down after he had the heart problem. So as far as in-ring competition. So I think it's been in the works. So whatever we saw last year was him going, oh, I can finally stretch and do the thing, which is wonderful. Family standpoint, and we're going to talk about royal families here in our main event, JJ. We talk about that thanks to the gentleman over here, or over here. I move people too much. That's got to suck internally for Hunter. It's like, my getting the reins on the marionette strings had to come at Pop's downfall. That sucks.
And then only for 6 months.
Well, no, because I still maintain he's in charge of creative. I still think James is right and that Vince is facilitating the sale. That's what he's doing.
But if they sell it,
just because they sell it, and again, I don't know how many of you in the room or in the chat room who's left are legalese folks. There's going to be so much in place. Like, okay, we'll sell you the company, but this guy's doing creative. This guy is, in charge of our there's people in place where you can't just go, fuck it, bye.
Vince even straight up said, to NetCon confirmed that if him being gone from the company is better for the overall sale, then that's exactly what he's going to do. He straight up said that.
Which I never thought I would hear, even by proxy, out of Vince's mouth. That's crazy.
He truly is business at the end of the day, more than anything else.
Yep, we've all kind of collectively shit on Vince a lot on this show, especially. But you can't fault the guy for wanting to see the business that figure he bought the parts up from the old man, his old man, and Gorilla and Arnie, over 40 years ago. Right. So it's got to be a bitch to step away from everything you've ever known. And yet he still wants to make sure it moves on. Anyway, we kind of went away from what we were talking about, which was the independent stuff. But
I kind of had a rebuttal.
Well, yeah, please.
Well, I mean, I guess it's to Aaron. I'm sorry to have a Mo camera moment here. You know what I mean?
That's okay. Aaron's not here. Go for it. I don't give a shit.
But like what you guys were just saying about the Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Roman Reigns moment being the best moment of all time. You know what I mean? Like, and then, being really excited about 2023. I think it's only going to be as important as the WWE makes it because, like, in honesty, they've forgotten about these characters on multiple occasions. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, they've been lost in the weeds on multiple occasions. Guys that we're talking about moments from, we remember these moments forever because the characters are always there at the height. Like, I'm talking about moments like when Shane McMahon was counting for Austin and he was like, 1, 2.
And get the bird, yeah.
I remember that forever. You know what I mean? Am I really going to remember Roman Reigns and the Bloodline kicking Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens' ass forever? You know what I mean? If they make Sami Zayn the biggest star that they could, he could be a bigger star than Daniel Bryan. You know what I mean? But they give him the match at Elimination Chamber.
In his hometown, Mikey, in a town known for a screw job we were talking about forever, that is a moment that lives in WWE's infamy forever.
Yeah, I mean, as far as being bigger than Daniel Bryan, I mean, he is taller than Daniel Bryan. He does way more than Daniel Bryan. That's what the WWE brass likes. That's why I say he could be bigger than Daniel Bryan. You know what I mean? But I was just saying. What was my original point there?
Your rebuttal about the independent collaboration, WWE flexing the future. I think that's what the original thing was.
We went way off the weeds.
Another moment that I find to be bigger than that moment at Royal Rumble was when Triple H turned heel on Daniel Bryan and realigned with Randy Orton.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that kind of reminded me of what Noah was saying about how enthused he is for 2023. I was really enthused to see where Daniel Bryan would go from that SummerSlam to WrestleMania. You know what I mean? I was enthused about that next 9-month period as well. So that's another moment that I just find to be bigger than what Roman Reigns just did with a couple glorified mid-carders from PWG. Sorry.
Wow. Okay. I feel all attacked there, Mikey.
Yeah,
Damn,
we're
bro.
moving on
Hey,
quickly.
Well,
they
JJ,
were there.
Make
JJ,
these
if you
guys
want
a
the show
star.
back under your control, go ahead and rebuttal that and carry it forward. Because wow, what a setup!
I mean, at the end of the day,
star.
at the end of the day, I think one of the biggest problems that wrestling in a whole, and especially the WWE, has suffered as of late is that they create their own stars. They haven't really had talent that's been able to be classic journeymen, if you will, and go from promotion to promotion and build a following and build a name like the old school, like Genericos, like Steens, like Regals. You think about these classic journeymen like Punks, like Danielsons, like Claudio Castagnoli,
John
like
Moxley.
John Moxley. Yes, I was getting there. Like Seth freaking Rollins. No, instead they're guys like Roman Reigns, who came in off the football field straight into Florida Championship Wrestling and was molded into a WWE superstar.
Mm-hmm.
The days of the journeyman wrestler are behind them. So WWE opening it up to this where people can, even with limited feds, go to Reality of Wrestling. Go to, and I'm not saying that these are names of feds that they actually work with, but like Ultimate Pro Wrestling back in the day was a unofficial WWE training grounds. You think about guys like John Cena, like Victoria, like Samoa Joe, like Christopher Daniels, Luther Reigns, Chris Masters, all came through there. You think about guys like Jesse Hernandez in the EWF.
Yeah.
These are feds that I know. You can fill in with a federation in your local city. If they've ever had a WWE talent, current, legend, whatever, come through their promotion, they might be on Hunter's radar as a potential fed that you could see chase you pretty deadly. Gallus Boys on top.
Damn right.
Then
any of those type of groups come through. Ivy Nile is going to be at ROW. Will the Creeds be with her? Will it be a full Diamond Mine contingent, or is it just going to be Ivy?
Right.
PWG used to have a working relationship with TNA. We had guys like AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joe, Petey Williams, Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, all come through the doors out here on a regular basis.
Yeah.
This is huge as far as I'm concerned, and I'm looking forward to see what happens, how this progresses, and will any of this benefit any of us in our local cities?
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
Because at the end of the day, we're all fans. We all would love to go and pay $50, $60, $70, $100 to go to Raw, SmackDown, AEW, Impact, whatever. But it's just as easy and even easier to pay $20 for the mom and pop fed that runs once a month down the street and be able to see the same person.
Yep.
And get a more intimate experience.
Yeah.
Instead of 15,000 seat arena that we saw in Charlotte tonight, maybe there's 100 people in folding chairs. Granted, the guy next to you may not have showered for a week, but you run that risk in any arena you go to in any city.
Yeah.
Is that a casino?
The sweat box got its name for a reason. There was no air conditioning in that little Jewish community center. They packed 100 to 200, sometimes more, standing room only, at $20, $25 a ticket. Back when PWG was affordable, ladies and gentlemen, and not $100 for a standing room only seat.
Before the dark times, before the Empire.
You know, and you could go see these guys that you're seeing on TV in an intimate space. Get there early enough and you watch them arrive and you talk to them and you make friends with them, to the point that when you go to SummerSlam Access, you've got the American fucking Dragon asking, "Where's Jeff?" because he doesn't see him with your group.
That was the thing.
And we tell him he's right there. He didn't have a ticket in. So Brian gets out of his seat, comes down the stage, goes over, gives Jeff a hug, resumes his role on top of the stage.
Right in the middle of the session.
Because that's how friendly you get with the people.
That's really cool.
This is big for WWE. And I know I keep saying that. I don't want to oversell the importance here, but I don't want to undersell it either.
Right.
There's a lot of guys that can benefit from this. Raymond, we see your question. We've seen it the 5 times you've posted it. We're not on the royal family discussion yet. We will get there. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. The other thing to kind of wrap a bow on this is I remember when, even though we see where it went up for one of the Hardys, when they reunited the Hardy Boys in AEW, I remember like right away, probably to Jeff Hardy's own detriment somewhat, they were actually running Hardy Boys ads on Top Rope and New England All-Star Wrestling.
Yeah.
And Mikey knows what I'm talking about because I think we got like ads all the time about them.
Yeah.
Like showing up in indie promotions. That is a big thing.
Yeah. They were doing like a final run tour.
You know? Yeah. Like imagine stars like that coming in or of that level.
Yeah.
You know, because WWE is finally allowing for that. And by the way, one small step. Nothing happens overnight, but that's another small step for a very real possibility of companies working together, even if they're big, like a number 2 working with the number 1 in WWE.
Absolutely.
And AEW working with WWE, along with New Japan, along with AAA, and
it's
whoever.
Exposure.
Think about this for a second, gentlemen. Think about this for a second. And this just popped into my head. I know you tried to put a bow on this. I'm going to say this one last thing, and then we'll move on, because this literally just popped in my head. I didn't want to think about it. It may just start for NXT, but who's to say that over time it can't extend to the main roster?
Yeah.
You've got people on a regular basis, Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin, aren't doing jack diddly shit.
Unless they reunite the Hurt Business.
And even still, they're going to be an afterthought in a reunited Hurt Business.
Yeah.
You know, you got guys on the main roster that aren't doing anything, and then you've got the guys on the main roster that, even though they are doing something, would be a huge coup for an indie fed. Now, I'm not talking about the likes of Seth Rollins or Roman Reigns or anything like that. But could you imagine Solo Sikoa or Jimmy or Jay showing up where Jacob Fatu is?
MLW.
And now they're talking to Umaga's son, who's going to start getting into wrestling. Plant seeds of a nationwide bloodline. Kind of like how, and I hate to use this as an example because it got way watered down. Yeah. But think about the NWO and how you had NWO Japan. You had the black and white, the red and black. You had the B team, the jockstrap team, the Virgil's in charge team. But if you've got the bloodline contingent on the roster, and then you've got a bloodline contingent on the indies.
Bullet Club.
Yeah.
And it's all affiliated because they're working together as a unit.
That'd be cool.
There you go.
That'd be cool. Bro.
Like the Fry Futurama meme. Shut up and take my money.
Bro, Bullet Club just going on an absolute tear with all of the members they've ever had in their history would be something I would love I ain't even gonna cap. Like that would be, and then to have the dynasty try to thwart them, and just wrestling dynasties try to fight against that force. Oh my god!
Yeah,
you're
Glow
talking
will
money.
take over a whole different sort, James, to say the least.
And also, JJ, I just wanted to add to your point. I think another reason they might be letting NXT wrestlers do this is because they want to allow them to get money in other places. We've always heard the talks about the NXT stars contracts not being the same as the Raw and SmackDown superstar contracts. So that's maybe a way for them to actually, you know what I mean? Like, just find a little bit of a way for them to make some extra money.
But to your point, though, they shouldn't be at the same level. They're, at the end of the day, they're developmental.
Exactly.
They are rookies. I don't care if they've been there in NXT 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. They are rookies in the company. You're not going to pay a draftee first year on the team the same amount of money that you're going to pay LeBron James.
LeBron James?
Period. I don't care if your draft pick first year is as good as Kobe Bryant. You're not going to sign them and in that first year pay them LeBron James money.
Exactly.
They've got to prove themselves.
With Triple H's NXT, he started signing the Bobby Roodes, the Nakamura's.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
he signed the people that had that experience.
Yeah.
And that was good. But at the same time, you don't give somebody in developmental, because as great as tonight's show was, it is still developmental. You don't give them that kind of money. You don't bring them in and give them Stone Cold money. You don't bring them in and give them Roman Reigns money.
Hell no.
Period.
Seriously, he's right. He's 100% right.
So while I think it's more of a getting exposure, building brand recognition, honing your skill, as opposed to making a few extra dollars on the side.
Well,
I'm not saying that that's not a good counterpoint, Mikey, but I think it's more about getting the experience and trying to get back to the journeyman philosophy, as opposed to, hey kid, go pick up a 50 on the side by working and jobbing for Booker T's guy.
Exactly.
Very much the opposite of ECW bringing in the Moroccos, the Snukas, whatever in the very beginning to try to get the company over. This isn't about just Booker's promotion or Rollins School if they go there or whatever, trying to get themselves over. This is
Nightmare Academy.
This is both sides going, okay, this person A needs a little more seasoning before they put them on the steak plate. At the same time, that person seasoned enough, has enough TV time where that little, mom and pop indie fed will go, hey, let's bring some more, put some more butts in seats. It's a great mutual exchange.
Exactly. Everyone benefits.
Yep.
I just look at someone like JD McDonough and they bring him all the way in, or even look at Walter Gunther, bringing him all the way in from the United Kingdom, or Gallus, and they're like, okay, we have you here, you're working NXT, and then it's like, okay, we need a little bit more than that. You know what I mean? We're going to need a little bit more, and they're also probably getting substantial offers for the indies. I'm talking, tens of thousands of dollars, so... I WWE letting them do their thing, because
let's not talk tens. Let's not go getting crazy, Mikey T, talking tens of thousands of dollars. When you figure Sasha Banks is charging $30,000 for a personal appearance, and her name, even as Mercedes Vernado, is leaps and bounds bigger than Gallus Boys, even if they are on top.
Yeah, you don't think Carmelo Hayes would command a $10,000 booking?
No, not right now. Nope.
No.
You think Carmelo Hayes is only running around getting 3,000, 4,000?
So here's,
I'd say 1,000 if he's lucky.
Carmelo Hayes, he's on
because you've got to keep in mind an independent organization.
Yeah,
most independent companies are little local gymnasiums, veteran spots, local armories that can maybe, at best, put 250 seats in.
Yep.
Okay. It's 250 seats at $20 a pop for your local no-name indie fed. So now you're looking at $5,000 gate. You've got to pay the venue for renting it. You've got to pay all the boys. You got to make a little bit yourself because you're the promoter.
Yeah.
You're just going to throw 3,000 of it to somebody like Carmelo Hayes? What's your champ going to think that just walked away with $100 if he's lucky?
Yeah.
$100 for a match this day and
Yeah.
age?
Yeah, for local indie fed, no
Maybe
name,
back
not a
in the Jeff
PWG.
Jarrett-
Yeah.
Maybe back in the Jeff Jarrett days when he was
No.
dissing-
It happens now. Mikey, it happens now. We're not going down this rabbit hole. We're not going to get people worked up to get people views. That's how it is. Just how it is.
Yeah.
I really can't imagine somebody getting paid $100 a match this day and age.
You're also not, you know,
the way it is,
working
because
the-
you
it's
gotta
the way it is.
keep into perspective that most of these indie feds don't have the Booker T stamp like Reality of Wrestling does.
Right.
Doesn't have the name recognition like Pro Wrestling Guerrilla does. Most of these feds are literally mom and pop businesses. You're gonna put your body on the line in an empty gymnasium for maybe 25 fans, and you're lucky to make enough for gas, food, and hotel.
The other thing
Take
you
it from people who helped book an indie fed
Mhm.
and have been around enough to have seen this go down. Now, I'll admit, Mikey, I was out of the loop for about a decade.
A decade? Damn.
Yeah. You got to figure, I stopped watching in 2014. I just came back full-time last year.
Everything, not just WWE, across the board. He was done.
Across the board, he was done. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know. I respect
The
what you're
most
saying.
the
know
most I
decades
watched of
ago
wrestling
that.
was my DVDs that I owned, that I had already invested in.
I know you guys were running around to the shows, so you know. what
So
you're
I was out of it for a long time. So okay, I'll concede that maybe things have improved slightly. But your champion, even in an improved environment, your champion on a hot night, if you're bringing in $5,000, ain't walking out with more than $500. And that's if you've got a hot crowd.
Mhm.
Yep.
Your champion ain't going to let you pay a fly-in talent that much money if he's making a fraction.
Yeah.
Jeff, I see you keep trying to interject and talk, and I keep going. Go ahead, sir. I'm going to turn it over for you.
No, it was just, I think we were just all, we're trying, we're getting lost in the verbiage of what they put out there for the announcement. This isn't about these NXT talents going to Booker's show or to Rollins' school, if they, wherever, anywhere, and getting that payday, like you said, JJ. This is a mutual thing. I don't know, because I don't have an office in Connecticut nor an office at the PC, but I can almost guarantee you that Ivy Nile is getting paid by WWE or NXT to go to this show, not by Booker T. So whatever Booker's kids, students, whatever are making when they're normally performing on their TV show at their events in front of people, they're not going to lose anything because Ivy's coming in, nor is her pay going to come off the house money, if you will. And again, we've all been away from it for, as far as the Cossack crew has been away from it, but things have changed for the better as far as payouts go. I'm not even going to try to, bullshit that. It's a different situation than just what it is. It's not like you said, the TNA boys going into PWG and, Danny having to go, okay, sorry. Totally different situation. But, and again, NXT allowing Ivy and other people to go to these other is not about, as you said at the very top of that, JJ, the extra pay or here, go make this because we don't have anything for you on TV. Dolph Ziggler can go right now and, book a comedy tour and not work Raw for the next 6 months and not worry about a goddamn thing. That's really what it comes down to. Doesn't have to, but if WWE says, "Hey, go," if you can fit it in, go do your thing. If we can we put you here? Dolph will go because Dolph's business. The NXT kids, same basic principle. So I think that while we can be hopeful with this announcement from Reality of Wrestling and the fact that Alvarez basically said this is going to become a regular thing, that's cool. I just think we all need to keep in perspective. This is not a local indie fed bringing in a WWE branded name to pop a house. It's basically what I was trying to do.
Right.
I am sorry. I feel like I wasn't paying attention. I got messages in the chat. I literally got tasked about 4 different things. I feel like James all of a sudden. I went from a light day to oh shit day. I've got stuff coming in as we go along here. People know I'm on the air and they don't seem to care if you're watching at home, which you're not because you don't bother to watch when I'm not there. But that's okay. Got shit to do, folks. So,
Jeff, check your instant message real quick.
Okay, I can see it now.
I know the anonymous Raw GM has sent you a message.
No, I got you.
And I quote.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's a great example. I'm glad you sent that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because this is
pop that in real quick because it's twofold. It's topic related, and then we can definitely move on because we've gone on about this for
a long time,
way longer than I expected for just a nothing topic.
Such is the nature, JJ.
There is a question from Arlene Dominguez in the chat, who I guess is the sister of Emmanuel. Thank you for bringing your sister into the chat, Emmanuel. And then there's a question from Emmanuel as well. We'll get to those after you load that in. And then we'll get to our main event Mikey T suggested about wrestling's royal families.
Yes. And again, I'm throwing this in cold.
There we go. Okay, so I sent this to Jeff to load in because as long as I've been away from wrestling, this is an opportunity that I've got to try to get back into it. This federation opened in my local area last year.
Okay.
You can see the right there, $20 for an adult, kids $12. Jeff, the size of this is no bigger than where we used to go for Battleground.
Right.
Because I drive by this all the time. How many people would you say that they could fit in comfortably at Battleground? 100?
Well, let me
where the ring would be.
No, I was going to say, yeah. Let me quantify for everybody at home where Battleground was, because Battleground ran Jesus H Christ out of a Legion Hall / pretty much like an assembly thing, like almost like a bingo hall next door. I mean, the freaking bingo things were on the board in the next room. So 100 comfy, 150 if they're popping a house.
Okay. There is nobody on this graphic that I'm really familiar with, except for one person. The gentleman wearing the XPW shirt is Biggie Biggs.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Who's been around SoCal for a while.
Yeah.
But everybody else on that crowd is a no-name, and even Biggie Biggs, as long tenured as he is a nobody in the grand scheme of things. That may be harsh to say about Biggie, but he's a local boy. He may be big in the local scene, but he's not going to pop any major crowds.
Right. And we love Ray. We love Ray.
So you look, yeah. So you look at this graphic. This is your typical indie fed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got kids there that probably go to Victor Valley Community College, just down the road from where this post is.
For real, though.
You know, you've probably got a couple in there that just graduated from high school. You've got guys like Biggie who have been around SoCal and even NorCal, because I think he worked for whatever it was up north that Sasha and Alexis ran.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it off the top of my head.
It wasn't Vendetta, but it was one of those. Yeah.
It's $20 for an adult. This is your typical indie fed these days, Mikey. $20, 100 people comfortable. That's a $2,000 house if every seat is to an adult.
Well, you just proved your point there, JJ.
And I guarantee Biggie's going to get the most money because he's the biggest thing.
And it wasn't to try to embarrass or prove a point. I just wanted to give you an example because I've actually been communicating with the promoter of this Fed, trying to set up an opportunity for me and Jeff to go get some interviews with these guys, help get them over on the channel like we did when we planted our seeds and our roots at Battleground.
Yep.
So that was the main reason why I wanted to show it, because I wanted to give a little bit of promotion to this federation. Still don't know what's going to happen, if we're going to even be able to interview them, but I wanted to give them a little bit of publicity, show you guys what I've been working on since getting back into this, and show your typical Fed to you.
By comparison, Jay, basic baseline vendor table with one extra vendor pass for the entirety of WrestleCon when it's here WrestleMania weekend, I'm looking at $700 off the top. And that's bringing in the big names that aren't wrestling for WWE or aren't, going to be wrestling that weekend. Like people from AEW, like people from Impact, and, that's not counting the GCW show that's going to cost, a couple $100 more than likely. That's not counting the Joshi show they're bringing in. That's not counting Ring of Honor that,
some of those AEW people might actually be wrestling at.
Yeah,
exactly.
For a decent seat at USC's Galen Center, which is no bigger than, a typical, it is a college, orchestra hall. $145 for the cheapest seat. The most expensive seat left is $145, and that's low. It's down there near the ring, but it's $145 for an independent show because it's Ring of Honor. Yeah. So,
and it's their first major show since Jay's passing.
Exactly. And then you figure, how much is a SmackDown ticket? How much is it a SmackDown Hall of Fame combo ticket? Excuse me. How much is it for WrestleMania? WrestleMania, the basic 2-night stadium seat package up in the $500, which, if you look closely, you may see one of the colors on Roman Reigns' tights. Maybe if you're lucky Sunday night, $500 right now. I paid less than that, but I sold the ticket because I thought I'd be working. Dumbass. Raw ticket the next night, same thing. It's just everything is about, and Undertaker said it in his speech, perception is reality. This show that JJ sent me the graphic for, $20 a head for an adult. He and I can name literally one person on this graphic because we've known him for over 15 years. Literally,
And that's not to say that any of those other guys aren't good.
No.
They're just rookies in the grand scheme of things because they've come up since I was going.
Right.
What was the WrestleCon thing you said, Jeff? $700 gets what?
A table with an extra pass for a vendor. That would be if me and Jeff wanted to go set up shop at the same place where you can go and meet the Young Bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys should do that, man. I think we should definitely. That would be major.
Again,
that's another day, another conversation. Because that's $700 that none of us have right now.
Right. Together.
I mean, unless you're looking to sponsor us, Mikey.
As a team, we should all make that shit happen, guys. Because
off air.
Yeah, talk about business ventures off air.
Because we've been on this topic long enough. I appreciate your energy, Mikey.
Dad,
not even that. I just want to talk about.
Needs to have a presence at WrestleCon. Damn it! I'm letting it be known on open mic night tonight. For years to come, Dads needs to have a presence on WrestleCon. But we'll talk about it off the air.
Well, I mean, I think dads do have a presence at WrestleCon, but I get the meaning nonetheless.
Jeff, can you throw Arlene's question up there about the elimination chamber?
Hold on, Josh has got to say.
Yes, Josh.
Sorry,
I actually didn't have a chance to talk about this real quick, and I actually got to go. So just wanted to say real quick, yeah, pretty much this is great for the Indies. This is great for NXT and their superstars. Just wanted to give a little example of we don't have any little local indies here. We have what's Northeast Wrestling comes around here every year to our mini league baseball field in Niles. Virtue's been here before for it. When they advertise for this event, you really don't see many of their actual stars on the poster. You see the ex-WWE people who they are bringing in to sell the show.
Of course.
Not they'll have their champion. Granted, the one time I went, Cody was their champion.
Damn.
So yeah, that helps. But they show Mick Foley. They show Jerry Lawler. They show when Ryback was a thing, him, etc., etc. That's how they've sold it here. They've showcased their guys. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember who it was, who I saw wrestle there, who's now become a bigger name. I'll have to ask my buddy Tyler. But yeah, that's really what they've done, because we don't have any small thing here. But yeah, their guys aren't really making much. I just messaged a little bit ago my buddy who's wrestling down in Puerto Rico for Savio Vega. I asked him what he makes, but I haven't heard anything back from him. But that's, yeah, probably not a lot. So that's pretty much all I got to say on the topic. It is 12:40 here. I still have some chores I got to do before bed. So I got to head out.
Josh, who did Cody defend against?
One of the NEW guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
This was when Cody was ROH champion as well.
Oh, damn.
There you go. Yeah.
Must have been a dope little.
He was ROH champion and NEW champion at the same time.
Yeah, that was when he went on. Oh yeah, he had like multiple belts at the time. I remember that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I gotta get going. I love you guys. So have a great night. Have a fun rest of open mic night. And as always, fuck Bill Belichick.
Yep. Sounds about right. Alrighty.
All right. Jeff, can you bring up Arlene's comment about the Elimination Chamber?
Chamber.
There we go.
All right.
You're still on mute, by the way, Jeff.
I think he's working on something right
now.
Well, no, I was, but I was trying to say we also have somebody in the green room that I wasn't told was coming in. So did somebody else okay that?
Yeah.
Is it Dory?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was asked if it was okay.
Okay.
So Arlene asks us who we think will win the men and women's chambers matches. Her brother Emmanuel tried to point out that we usually do predictions on these things, but Arlene was right. She did say we could ask anything. So this is her question right now.
Let's do it.
All right, well, here, let's.
As it stands right now, the men's match is for the United States Championship, and it has Austin Theory defending against Seth freaking Rollins, Johnny Gargano, a.k.a. Johnny Wrestling, Bronson Reed, and 2 wrestlers to be determined.
Mm-hmm.
And the women's match has Asuka, Liv Morgan, Nikki Cross, Raquel Rodriguez, the final 4 from the Women's Rumble that were not the eventual winner, Rhea Ripley. Natalya qualified on SmackDown, and there will be one more qualifying match on Raw this week. So those are the 2 matches as they stand. For the women's match, I think that's the trickiest one at this point for me because the winner is going to get a shot at Bianca. The men's, I think Austin Theory is going to retain. I think they want him to be strong going into what will possibly be his match against the man who cannot be seen, John Cena.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't want him to lose the belt and then go into a match against Cena. You know, no. The women's match, for me, it comes down to 2 people. And every person in this picture is a viable threat. But for me, it comes down to 2 people. It comes down to my baby girl, Natalya, who I could be wrong, but I don't think she has ever had a one-on-one really big WrestleMania moment.
Yeah, then.
In all her years in the company, she has not had that moment, and she's been with the company for almost 20 years.
Right.
I think she debuted in 2006, maybe 07, but either way, that's 3 to 4 years away from hitting her 20-year milestone mark, and she hasn't had a Mania moment yet. And yes, there's the 4 that are going to be competing on Raw, which honestly, I want Piper Niven to just destroy Candice LeRae, the freaking pixie, and just squish her like a little bug.
As long as Camilla doesn't win, I'll be happy.
Yeah, Carmella doesn't need to win. Mia Yim, no disrespect, but I think they're going to make a big deal about Piper being back to Piper and having dropped the do, so to speak. I think she's going to be the one to win this match.
Right.
So, and that's still not an X factor to this, because for me, it still is going to come down to Natalya or Raquel. I think Raquel versus Bianca would be the money. Because arguably, pound for pound, they're the two strongest female competitors.
I
think it would just be a great match between the two of them.
I agree with that, but there's also there is an X factor that we're not even considering, and that's Asuka.
Oh, I'm considering. I just think those are the two that I feel would have the better moment. Asuka's had Mania moments.
Yeah, it's true.
Liv has had Mania moments. I'm looking for people that haven't had that opportunity to shine yet. And you look at what Bianca has done in the last couple years since moving to the main roster and the moments she's had and created. I think she's about helping to create moments for other people.
Raquel kind of did a heel turn, but they kind of disregarded it in the last few weeks, it seems. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys have been noticing, but it seems like they've disregarded the Raquel heel turn. So I don't think she's really going to be there to face off with Bianca at WrestleMania. I think we need more of a high caliber match for that. And that's why I'm thinking it's going to be Carmella, you guys.
No. All
right, guys. I'm just joking.
Delete.
Exactly.
I was trying to make Noah have a moment, but no, I think
I'd rather see fucking Michelle McCool in there than Carmella.
Unfortunately, Piper Nivens is going to actually get the last spot. I was thinking it was going to be Ronda Rousey, but I guess not. But we're going to get Asuka and Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. That's what we're going to get. Face versus face.
Well, if you're going to go face, why not do Raquel?
No, because Raquel doesn't have enough celebrity, JJ.
So?
She just
You've got enough celebrity in some of the other matches that are going to be on the card. Every match doesn't need to have the celebrity factor.
Well,
Some matches need to be about building the new superstar, the next generation. You think about Hogan Andre, you think about Hogan Warrior, you think about Cena JBL and Triple H Batista.
Warrior had a little bit more build than Raquel Rodriguez, who got her.
Yeah, but Raquel's got more talent.
She got her gimmick stolen from her, by the way.
Yes.
She got her gimmick stolen from her by Rhea Ripley, Mommy. What did she call herself? Didn't she call herself Big Mommy Cool? I thought that was awesome, but they just snatched the gimmick right off of her for Rhea Ripley.
Hey.
To be fair, though, Rhea Ripley works the mommy, and I will gladly call Rhea mommy any day of the week.
I agree, number one. And number two, I mean, hold on. That you could still have I'm Your Mommy, which is Rhea's thing, and Big Mommy Cool and Raquel's thing. I don't see the problem.
Yeah.
Hey, the more mommies, the better. Am I right?
Absolutely. Me and Noah called a match with 3 mommies earlier today, but I digress. By the shirt, I know I did.
There you go.
Dory, the new one to join the panel here. What do you think about this match as it's presented right now? Let's not worry about who the 6th combatant is going to be, but if you had to pick a winner as it stands out of these 5 women, who are you going with?
I'm leaning towards Natalya.
Atta girl.
But Sorry, Mikey T. I'm
Actually,
leaning
no, that's okay.
towards Natalia. And I don't think she's quite there yet, but I want to see what they're doing with Nikki Cross.
Nikki Cross could be a huge wild card here, a loose cannon, if you will, a la Brian Pillman.
So yeah, but so just based off of these 5, I'd really like to see Natalia take it, but I think her biggest opponent is going to be Asuka and Raquel.
James?
I think Kana's the number 1 for me. I don't know. I just this gotta be it. Like and yes, it's not necessarily a big woman opponent per se, but I do expect I expect that they're gonna do something different with the matches because you got to consider how tall Charlotte Flair is. People forget how big she is, like as far as height goes. So I think you kind of already have that big Haas women's match in the books already, with Rhea and Charlotte. I think Kana and Bianca is different, you know. Like you got the Japanese strong style versus just pure athleticism, raw athleticism. I think it could be interesting. And yes, that means you're not giving a moment to Raquel, at least right away, unless they put her in a tag team randomly. God knows that's what they love to do with all female tag teams anyway. Liv Morgan, doubt it. Nikki Cross, doubt it. Natalia, I love her, but I don't see it. I want to, but I don't know. It's like the Dolph Ziggler effect for me for the longest time. Like if they weren't gonna push her properly, then when, you know?
I mean, the only thing that's making me kind of distance myself from Asuka Kana, as you guys call her, is the fact that means that in back-to-back months, Bianca is going to have to face the 2 people that were her only allies the entire summer against Damage Control.
Yes.
And I don't know if they want to pull that trigger yet, or if they want to leave that question mark up in the air as to where does Asuka stand with Bianca. Because granted, everyone wants a shot at the gold, but I don't know. There's something inside of me that feels like the biggest threat is the one person in the match that can match strength with Bianca.
Good point, JJ. And plus, they could leave Asuka versus Bianca for another B pay-per-view to be a main event.
Maybe, yeah.
Like whatever the next B pay-per-view is.
WrestleMania
Backlash.
Whoa!
I go.
But usually Backlash is all WrestleMania rematches. That's kind of like the history of Backlash.
Yeah, it's like forever.
I think the thing though that we have to consider if that this isn't necessarily the same Kana, or Kana was Asuka back then. We do it for simple things. This isn't the same person that was her ally. This is I give no fucks if you're a bad guy or a good guy. I'm gonna screw you up. I'm gonna take your belt and I'm gonna wipe my feet on the mat. That's the energy that Kana gives off now, you know. So I don't think it's even the same ally. I mean, yes, she was an ally in War Games, but even more so than Alexa, I think Kana has gone through a legitimate metamorphosis, you know. So
okay, Noah, we're gonna throw to you.
I mean, again, you all make pretty valid points here. Again, the newly packaged Asuka, aka Kana, would it be too soon to have her challenge Bianca Belair, get her win back at WrestleMania, where she lost to, of course, the Queen? Also, do you want to try and make the Raw Women's Championship bigger than the SmackDown Women's Championship? That's never been to consider. Natalya, like we're made for generations, but to James' point, is she the Dolph Ziggler of the women's division? Is she just there to put in the work and put something else over, or just move something forward? And then you got Raquel, who could match her strength for strength. And I mean, yeah, she's not like the name to think about, but hey, she's the one on her SmackDown debut that collabed with the likes of Ronda Rousey. Nikki Cross is a fair shout out, but her last big time moment was when she faced Shayna Baszler to take over Chicago, and she smiled while being put to sleep in the Karafuda clutch. again, you think about several of these phases here that have gone through a bit of a repackaging character. At this point, I would probably say the safest bet that would give you a manageable match to watch that I feel the people will enjoy to a degree, and she deserves a moment, is probably Natalia. But just because I'll go with the strength and the NXT history, my second prior right now, based on this graphic, would probably be Raquel. As far as the men's, Cedric Ross is going to face Logan Paul. None of the other ones in the match have a cold chance in hell, and they're in Montreal, so there's your winner reference for you. Austin Theory is going to go in with the title, I feel like, at WrestleMania, and defend it against the guy that pretty much has put the United States Championship over more the last 10 years than anybody else, John Cena. So I say that Austin Theory retains, and out of the women, who deserves it most? Natalia, because she never got her chance to have a single big match at WrestleMania.
All right. Meacham, the man who helped promote women's wrestling in Southern California. I saved you for last on purpose.
Wow.
Which I appreciate because I was going crazy. Everybody calling Asuka Kana. It's like people that are watching might not know who you're talking about. So thank you both for clarifying who Kana is. Because
learn your daggone history, respect women's wrestling.
I
Wrestling with
that you know, and
we love what Noah
know, but some of the kids in the audience that are watching past their bedtimes aren't educated. They need to know what's going on. So I appreciate
that's the education.
That includes you, Stat Boy. We know you're watching. We know it's past your bedtime. Go to bed.
That's right.
and me, who's still learning.
Yeah.
That's right. So just throwing out the name Kana, it's like people are gonna go. They're watching on demand, like who you talking about? So we know.
Meacham, we're throwing to you.
Okay. God, I'm looking at the card because I'm trying to do this and had the thing. I'm gonna hate myself in the morning. Carmella's gonna win Monday, and she's gonna win the chamber. She's gonna win the chamber match too.
Fuck no!
I know. I'm sorry.
Delete.
I know.
Delete.
I know. I understand. I get it. I do.
Why are you gonna put that out there in the ether, Meacham?
Because I have a feeling that's how they gonna book it, Uncle Jay. I can't help it.
Interjection, Jeff. They did this bullshit at Money in the Bank, and it was a wet fart bathroom break. We don't need this again. Just for Corey Graves to have Euphoria commentary.
Carmella was a damn good Miss Money in the Bank and a really good champion. So for me,
what is Jeff drinking right now?
Wouldn't you like to know? I'll tell you off air because I don't want to talk about it right now. All
right, so that covers the women's match. Then go ahead and throw the men's graphic back up.
All right, what do we
These
got?
are the possibilities.
Yeah, so we've currently got Theory, Bronson Reed, Johnny Gargano, and Seth freaking Rollins.
Yes.
And then I have a feeling that it's going to be Montez Ford and Damian Priest.
Really?
Yep.
I don't think both Street Profits are going in.
No.
And I think Montez is the standout of the team. So
yep.
I think it's going to be those 6 men in the match. And regardless of who goes in their spot, I think Theory is coming out with the gold because, again, you don't want to make him look weak, especially if he's going into Mania against Cena.
Yep.
And you don't need to break up another tag team as long as they're selling red solo cups.
Guys, I think it's very interesting. I think we have our replacement for John Cena. You know what I mean? Until JJ broke it down right there. I wasn't really seeing Montez Ford winning this thing, but both the Street Profits are not going to lose. And guys, I mean, I don't think John Cena's coming back for WrestleMania. I think he did that one thing December 31st so he could wrestle every single year. You know what I mean? But I don't think he's coming back for Mania, just to be real, to face Austin Theory.
So let me ask you this then, Mikey T. If he made sure that he came back on December 31st so that he wrestled one match at least every year, who's to say WrestleMania is not going to be his for 2023?
No, I'm just saying he doesn't need to come back for WrestleMania.
Do you want to bet, Mikey?
He can make I'm saying, I don't see him coming back, and I think Montez Ford is going to make the step up for WrestleMania, and we're going to get Montez Ford versus Austin Theory in a singles match.
Yeah.
I'm pretty disappointed that we get no Bobby Lashley in this, though.
I'm okay with there being no Bobby Lashley because I'm hoping they pull the trigger on Lashley versus Lesnar
I agree.
at Chamber.
I
That way
agree.
we can still get Lesnar versus Gunther
Walter.
at WrestleMania, even though it's more than likely going to be Gunther versus Drew versus Sheamus from everything I'm hearing. And I know he's Walter, but as Jeff just pointed out, there's some people that didn't watch your NXT that aren't going to know him as Walter. So let's try to at least half call him by his slave name. I mean, his new name, which is Gunther.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, JJ. But when Austin Theory said to Bobby Lashley on Raw, he's like, "You're not going to be in the Chamber." I was like, "Oh, Lashley's definitely going to be in the Chamber now." But now he's evidently not going to be in it.
Yeah.
We can talk more about this off air, but I'm really curious if Mikey wants to put a serious bet on John Cena being at WrestleMania.
I don't.
We can talk about that, as you said, off air. Dory,
Okay.
we'll move up to
Put a
you.
bet on it.
Okay. Just because
Hair.
some of the articles I've been reading and such, and trying to become more familiar with some of the players, if you will,
All right.
on this stage, and things, what they've got leading up right now. Theory's going to win this elimination match. They are big time promoting Theory. It's for whatever reason he's the new go-to, and yeah, it's going to be Theory.
Yeah.
Sorry, I am not a fan of Seth freaking Rollins, although I was cheering for him the other night. God help me.
What's wrong with you, Dory?
Why are you not a fan of the Monday Night Messiah, if I may ask?
I just do not like the character. He
Okay, fair
rubs
enough.
me the wrong way.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
He rubs me the wrong
Fair
way.
enough.
So you're welcome, James.
Wait,
So
and
that-
I have a question. Is it because he ripped off the freaking Joker and don't tell me otherwise from the current movie?
Oh my God. That
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Somebody needs to talk to his costumer. I mean, I'll gladly step in.
All right.
Well,
Yeah,
there you go, Rollins. You got a seamstress that will pick out the right clothes and wardrobe for you.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
at the end of the day,
I'll talk to Becky first,
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, there have been people who just by their look have rubbed me the wrong way also. Zoe Stark, prime example. I don't know what it is about her, but just something about her rubs me the wrong way, doesn't click with me. I can't really place what it is, just something about her doesn't connect. So that's all it is with you and Seth. I totally understand that.
Yeah, it's just his
Perception.
character is just, and I know we have the egomaniac characters. There's quite a few of them.
Mhm.
But
I mean, I think if you go back and you watch his Shield work and then watch the breakup of the Shield, the Authority, and kind of the evolution into this, maybe it'll make a little bit more sense to you.
Okay.
But
Okay. Yeah, but like I said, it's just overall he just rubs me the wrong way. And again, his costume choices is like, who's doing this?
I will say this for Tyler Black, Seth Rollins, whatever you want to call him as, his voice has never fit his body for me.
I can go
Like
with that too.
like I it's always been a thing with me. It's like the same thing with Low-Key. Go back and you watch old Low-Key matches. Like this dude is like a $175 soaking wet with cement shoes, and he sounds like Barry White.
That
Like for real, like if you put Seth's voice in his body and his voice in Seth's body, it would probably work a little bit better. But there's just always been something about Seth's voice that just
can see that.
didn't match his body and his personality to me.
Well, I mean, you asked James.
Fuck.
Yeah,
There
you asked
What's up,
James
Jeff?
about, Tiffany Stratton. He could definitely connect you with voices that don't work with human bodies.
What's up, Jeff?
I said, I'm glad somebody else said that shit about Seth and Loki besides me. God damn. Fuck me.
Dory, I see your hand. What's up, Dory?
So when in high school, God, that was a long time ago. We did a production of The Wizard of Oz, and the guy who played Oz, I mean, he had the voice. I mean, the nice deep voice and everything. But if you looked at him, you would never expect that voice to come out of that tiny little body.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And that's kind of the scenario.
That's fair. Emmanuel says in the side comments, like him as Cena. don't see what people like about him, can respect the guy, has decent matches, but never liked the character, both rap and never give up. Now,
dude,
I will say, going back and having watched some of these old No Way Outs for the dad's show Jeff and I are going to do, and getting to see my John Cena, the doctor of thugonomics, coming out to basic thugonomics and doing the freestyles and everything and the spinner US title, I'm like, God damn it, I loved that guy.
Guy was so mid.
And then his evolution, if you will, into the chain gang commander and everything. I was just like,
And then this.
Yeah,
it's not my doctor, damn it!
Yeah.
But he digressed.
I still to this day, and I have mentioned to him on the couple of occasions I've gotten to speak with him, I to this day am pissed off at him and WWE for dropping basic thugonomics in favor of My Time Is Now going into Mania 21.
Yep.
I was so looking forward to hearing him come out to that song in Staples Center at WrestleMania, which I was there for live.
Whoop.
And he switched songs like a week or two before Mania.
Oh.
Damn.
I think he should have walked into Mania with basic thugonomics, and the next SmackDown he should have changed it up, because at that point it truly would have been his time is now.
Missed opportunity. Perfect storytelling, JJ. I agree with you 110%.
But you know why they didn't? It's simple. They would not have gotten over 1 million copies on that CD if they did not do that. No way in hell. No, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, they would have. Cena was hot enough, they would have.
It was like when they dropped the Winged Eagle title and Austin came out with the new championship. It was like, damn it, I wanted to see Austin have his period with the Winged Eagle title. And you didn't get that because he got the new strap.
The Big Eagle. I see what you're saying, Mikey.
I wouldn't have minded the Winged Eagle being dropped if it literally wasn't just dropped and not mentioned. Like he literally dropped the Winged Eagle on Vince's foot. That was it, except for that one brief appearance in the glass case. Like, really? The Winged Eagle's getting that shit treatment after 10 years? This is bullshit.
He liked
the
title.
Yeah. Beautiful title.
But where were we? Okay, I had gone. No, he gave his thing about so we need Mikey T and James, because Dory had given her thoughts about the chamber.
I had already said the whole thing about Montez Ford having the shot victory.
Okay.
James, then it's on you.
Austin Theory.
All right.
Well, yeah, Austin Theory is obvious, but I think Montez Ford might be the replacement for John Cena at WrestleMania. He'll injure D'Angelo Dawkins. You know what I mean? Storyline. That's just my prediction.
I said we'll talk.
I don't see Montez as a bad substitute if for whatever Cena can't work out. But I honestly think that for all along there was a better shot at Cena at Mania than there was for Rocky at Mania. I think we allowed ourselves to work ourselves up thinking Rocky would come. And I mean, it's still possible. It's still plausible. Is it likely? No. But like I said earlier, Noah, the last 365 days we've learned never say never.
Never say never. I'm just going to say this. Montez Ford coming out in a Lakers jersey, celebrating Kobe Bryant, looking to ball at WrestleMania in Hollywood. That's a moment in itself. Montez Ford has all the tools to be a top-tier single star in WWE.
Yes.
There's no doubt. There's no denying that.
And even though the chamber I don't think will be his moment, Money in the Bank will.
Yes.
I've called it since the Rumble. Money in the Bank, look for Montez Ford to get the briefcase.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I started to step on James. Go ahead, and then I saw your hand, Dory. We'll go to you after James.
I just wanted to point out, it's funny you mentioned Montez Ford. Everybody's talking about Montez. He was on like some show. I don't remember what it was on. I think it was Friday night. My dad was seeing whatever was on, and he came in after I'd just gotten done doing Simply Predicting with Noah, and he just told me, Montez Ford is on, and I like the guy. He's got a lot of personality. And I'm like, ooh.
I know he's been at the All-Star game this weekend, so it could have been that.
That's probably what it is.
JJ, he and Tez were judges at the skills competition in the breakaway challenge because they turned into
That's
a comedy
what it
bit.
is.
It was
that's what it is.
funnier than fuck, dude. You got to watch it on demand. It's so good. So
yeah,
good.
my dad loved it. He was laughing. He couldn't stop laughing, apparently.
Yeah. Tez and Angelo definitely stood out for sure.
There you go.
Good stuff.
And then Dory.
So I had a quick question because like I said, I've been reading stuff. TJR Wrestling, is that how accurate is their reporting?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the page or the site.
Not enough.
Really. I was going to say it's by John Canton.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know the name. Continue.
I have no idea. But
then
go
we'll
ahead.
leave it alone. Then we'll leave it alone. For
Okay,
now. For now.
Appreciate it.
Jeff, I just sent you an image.
I'm working on it, brother.
Okay. There's very few wrestling journalists that I trust.
Yeah.
This is going to sound like a shameless shill, but if you're going to read anything, go to NoDQ.com.
Right.
Yeah,
your source for all wrestling news.
Yeah.
Because at the very least, Aaron gives an opportunity to everybody across the board.
Yep.
Aaron posts good shit.
He'll post Meltzer shit. He'll post Alvarez shit. He'll post Sap shit. He'll post articles that Josh has written, that Tito has written. You know, a wide spectrum of thoughts, and then you can kind of like when you listen to two kids having an argument. Listen to one side, and then the truth is usually somewhere in the middle there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But your opinions matter.
Exactly. So you look at what Alvarez said, you look at what Meltzer said, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle there, unless they're both saying the exact same thing.
Gotcha.
Then it's either the honest to God truth or complete and utter bullshit. There's no middle ground when they're saying the same thing.
Makes sense to me. All right. I will definitely have to start reading up.
That's waiting to happen. That's what that is.
But yeah, and then of course that's going to drive up NoDQ's revenues and sites, and everybody wins. So
yeah, that's right.
Got you covered, Aaron.
For all.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so Emmanuel's comment then, before we get to the main event. Yes, there we go. There they all are at the All-Star game together.
Damn.
I got that off of Bianca's Insta, and the caption was simply supporting my hubby.
Aww.
So she's not even booked to be there. She's just there with her man, with Angelo, letting them do their thing, kind of playing her role in the background, even though she is the champion and the EST of the WWE.
Yes, she is.
Yep.
So Manuel's comment, which one were you going for?
Will people try to push Sammy for Sammy at Mania?
Okay.
I've seen people posting saying hashtag Sammy Mania to try to hijack it like they did with Danielson.
Nope. It's over.
See, here's my thing as far as Sammy Mania goes. It only is going to be beneficial if they separate the titles.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's exactly how they need to do it.
Now, that being said, Cody is guaranteed his shot at Mania.
Right.
Yep.
WWE has missed the boat before by letting shit pass them by.
Yep.
Who's to say? You know, and this is what this forum is all about, is the what ifs, the discussion, letting the chili pot boil, if you will. Who's to say they don't pull the trigger, have Sammy beat Roman at the Chamber, and then Cody defeats Sammy?
Wow.
Yeah.
That
I
would
can
be
see
cool.
that.
Really make the audience choose.
The biggest issue in that booking is it's not a No-I legacy versus Rhodes legacy.
Yep.
Which goes to our main event topic that we'll get into in a moment about wrestling's royal families. You lose that if you pull that trigger.
Yeah.
And that's the bigger story.
But you just have this guttural, tribal, like raw emotion for Sami Zayn becoming champion in his home country of Montreal, Canada.
If The Rock signs a contract, JJ,
You know,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
another problem too.
then they can pull
There's-
the trigger on that.
there is because we've all said for the better part of a year that Rock Roman doesn't need the gold.
Right.
Then there's they could do that, and then Paul Heyman come out and do a loophole and say that, okay, we acknowledge that Sami Zayn beat Roman Reigns, but he only beat him for the WWE Championship. Roman is still your Universal Champion.
A loophole in the contract.
Or vice versa.
Well, I think the Universal is the one that he's had for 800 something days. So let
Correct.
him
As I
hold that one
said,
still.
as I said at Royal Rumble, he's had the WWE Championship now for an accessory, as much as I hate to say it, for 300 of that 800 plus day reign as the Blue Universal Champion. Continue.
So then you can still have Roman versus Cody at Mania. And Sammy has gold too. And then you could possibly do Sammy versus KO. Because we still aren't 100% sure where they lie.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I think if they did Sammy versus Cody, it would just be a really big IWC match. You know, everybody would go crazy. It would be Raw wrestling. But that, JJ, I think that is a beautiful way to fix things if The Rock signs his contract, because they can't screw Cody Rhodes out of his title match. They can't have The Rock come back and be like, hey, Cody, I got to fight Roman. Let me take your spot. They can't do that. Like that. If Cody does that, he would look kind of like a bitch if he did that. You know what I mean?
I agree with where you're coming from on that, Mikey T, but think about this for a minute, because the entire honorary Uso push of Sami Zayn has been while Cody was out of action.
Yeah.
They had no idea the response that was going to get.
Yep.
Exactly.
And they've got lightning in the bottle here. Sammy Uso shirts were selling like hot cakes. You don't let that opportunity pass you by. Look at what happened with AEW and the Acclaimed. They should have won the belts in that first match.
Yeah.
AEW didn't pull the trigger, had to do a redo where they finally gave them the straps.
You see, that's the difference with WWE and Tony Khan. The WWE has a plan of where they want to go. And
but sometimes things come through and throw your plans for a loop again.
Which
they
have
had
in the
no
circumstance.
idea Sammy was going to get over as big as he has.
And they're going to give him the tag titles. You're going to give the biggest.
Mikey, you need to stop interrupting JJ for real, please. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, let's keep our
There
heads.
was a dialogue back and forth, but okay.
It's okay. Go ahead, Mikey.
No, I was just saying they're going to give him the tag team championships. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. How are you going to do that to a single star? It's ridiculous.
You do it to a single star because him and KO have a history of being a tag team as well as being single stars. You know, it's the two-man power trip. It's Rock and Sock. You know, it's Rated RKO. It's these guys who have been on the main event scene that have been champions in their own right coming together. It's Jericho. It's Showmiz. You know, these guys have a history as a tag team if you do your digging and look up Kevin Steen, look up El Generico, look up Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, Ring of Honor, they've got an extensive history as a team. But they've also got that rivalry where it's almost like anything you can do, I can do better.
Yep.
You know, at the end of the day, they're still brothers. They still love each other like brothers. But they're going to have that constant rivalry that anything you can do, I can do better. And right now, if they don't go and pull this trigger for Sammy winning the WWE Championship off of Roman at Chamber, and instead they go towards what everyone thinks is going to be the likely scenario and having him and KO challenge the Usos at Mania, it's still very, very fitting and perfect because both men get their comeuppance on the bloodline. Two men who are best friends like brothers defeating two legitimate brothers.
Who have been torn apart as of late.
Yeah, and that's still a huge question mark. You know,
Yeah.
I pointed out on Talk Wrestling to Jeff, the last time the belts were defended successfully, it was Jay and Sammy.
Yep.
Who's to say that Adam Pearce isn't going to come out and make it official and be like, Jimmy, you're no longer tag champion. Tag champions are now Jay and Sammy. Freebird rule.
That was going to be my question.
And then do they go at WrestleMania and now it's Jay and Sammy versus Solo and Jimmy?
Mm-hmm.
Do Jay and Sammy lose the belts before then? You know, there's so many ways this story can turn and twist. It's like a choose your own adventure book.
It was like,
you want to do this part of the story? Turn to page 42. You want to do this part of the story? Turn to page 67. And continue the story based on your choice. There's so many different ways this can splinter based on where we sit right now.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Which is great. It's
because
you know
because we're all left guessing what they're going to do.
It's unpredictable, which is huge. The main event of Mania is unpredictable, despite the fact Cody's got a guaranteed title shot. The road to WrestleMania is unpredictable. When the hell is the last time we've ever said that in like the last 20 years?
Let me go ahead and backtrack. Let's see. No.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Never.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
This is a hell of a moment to be in, and depending on where Hunter wants to try to take things coming out of Montreal is going to be huge. Do we get Jey Uso realigning with the bloodline, initiating another Montreal screw job on Sammy?
Yeah, true.
Does Sammy do the impossible and dethrone the tribal chief, the head of the table? Tune in 2 weeks and find out.
Right. Which, like, when's the last time a B show felt as interesting as it's been?
For real. This is exciting, bro.
Yeah, like they did, and I even said it after they did everything that they did. Never in my life have I been more invested in a Mania since Rock and Austin. That says a lot. And there has been some damn good Manias, and Mania builds, quite frankly, but nothing has come close to this.
Oh.
I think the last time I was really invested in a Mania, it was Brian's moment.
Right. Which... Man,
and that's just because, like the story I told earlier, you know, we had grown close with Brian through Gorilla. You know,
it felt more personal for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Prior to that, the last Mania I was that invested in was probably Mania 22 with Rey Mysterio challenging Angle and Orton and getting the victory in the honor of his best friend Eddie Guerrero.
Mm-hmm.
28.
Man, I sat here today watching No Way Out 04, watching Eddie defeat Brock, and I had tears in my eyes again.
Yeah.
I took a picture of the screen as Eddie was coming out, and I sent it to Jeff, and I was like, God damn it, who's cutting onions? The bell hadn't even rang yet. And I was already feeling the emotion because I knew what was coming.
Was set. The mood was set, JJ. It was like I was telling you during the Royal Rumble watch-along that we called. What we saw in the aftermath of the match with Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns was more worthwhile than the match itself. That turned into Until Dawn, pick an action, suffer or benefit. What you basically are talking about is an unpredictable road. I simply call the butterfly effect. Every action has yielded to something. And if you were to rewind the clock and do something different, you would not be seeing what you're seeing now. And again, we have started a path and we still have no idea where this path is going. And with Elimination Chamber literally being the last stop, let me put that again in perspective. This month, in 2 weeks, Elimination Chamber is the last stop, period. Before WrestleMania, there is nothing else between here and Hollywood. That is
Aside from
crazy to
Raw's.
think about.
Aside from Raws and SmackDowns, you're absolutely
Well,
right.
that's
It's the
normal.
last
Who gives a
major. It's the last major stop.
Yeah,
of
that's
the
what really
destination.
matters.
And think about this, Mikey T. Who would have thought last year, when Sami Zayn was getting smacked with a gigantic hand by Johnny Knoxville and pinned in a fucking ring, that we would be sitting here less than a year later
Saying
talking seriously
Yeah.
about the possibility about him dethroning the tribal chief after 800 something days.
Yeah.
Damn near 900 by the time we get to the chamber. Who would have thought that that guy could seriously dethrone him?
And
But you look at what they did in that year.
Right.
And he's a legitimate threat to Roman now, because if anybody else in the bloodline knows Roman's weaknesses and his secrets, it's the honorary use.
Yeah.
Who's been running with him for the better part of the year.
Bingo.
So I'll rephrase my question to my initial question, because you gave me moments of like manias that I realized I was interested and very invested in as well. Though this is the point, and this kind of go along with the point you just made. Without asterisks to it, the Eddie Guerrero title win, because you had a personal connection with Eddie, and I think a lot of people did. And, you know, personally for you, Brian, and for others, the asterisk just comes to, I mean, think about this. We had to kick and scream for Daniel Bryan to get that moment, because nobody else made sense, including Batista, including Orton, right? Nobody made sense. For the first time, it is unpredictable, and everybody's excited that it's unpredictable. Everybody's invested in wherever they decide to go. They are following the story with a hawk eye for the first time in I don't even know how long, which is why I go back to Austin and Rock.
That's fair.
Like, name the last time WWE as an entity has even come close to making Mania feel that important again. I can't think of it. I genuinely can't think of one.
The first thing that comes to my mind, and in of itself, it's damn near a decade old, over a decade old. Michaels Taker 2, career versus streak.
Yeah, that's fair too.
Yeah. How many times have I said over the last few years, I feel like WrestleMania has been a 1, maybe 2 match show, but the last time I was truly invested in some of that, I was like, it could go either way. And I still say, in my opinion, the streak should have ended at WrestleMania 25, which I still say was a 1-match show. Bite me if you say otherwise. That match, that environment, that vibe, that history, that story, that setup, the contrast, light, dark, showstopper, phenom. I still say to this day, and I will take it to the damn grave, WrestleMania 25 should have been the end of the streak.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Now, JJ, in response to you, in response to Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, I just kind of feel like they're going to give these guys a secondary prize, the tag team championship. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Whereas you had made up a scenario that would have been perfect earlier with Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens could have actually won the Universal Championship. Sami Zayn could have teamed with Jey Uso against Solo and Jimmy. And that would have been actually unpredictable, interesting. But, you know, James, we're talking about WrestleMania being so I don't think it's WrestleMania that is unpredictable. I don't think it was the Royal Rumble that was unpredictable. It's the Bloodline storyline that's unpredictable, you know,
right?
Week to week, because we know
Right.
Cody's gonna more than likely win the title at WrestleMania.
I think the Bloodline storyline became unpredictable when the piece of Sami Zayn got added to the puzzle.
And the reaction, JJ, it was the reaction. Paul Heyman said during a press conference, you do not necessarily expect the person in the supporting role to usurp the top star. Sami
Exactly.
Zayn has done that.
Exactly. You think about Steve Urkel on Family Matters. Steve, you're laughing, Dory, but Steve Urkel, when his character was introduced, was supposed to be a 1 or 2 episode character.
Right.
But he got such fire that he became the central focus of Family Matters.
One of my favorite
Him and
shows
his
of all time.
relationship with Laura.
Okay. Another
Like
example.
that is Sami Zayn.
Yep.
So I didn't watch a whole lot of Family Matters, but NCIS. No, was it NCIS? No, there's another
Which
one
version?
the original.
Okay.
No, it wasn't NCIS. It was Criminal Minds, the original. Penelope Garcia was only supposed to be there for that pilot episode.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, might have read
She was
that.
only supposed to be there for that pilot episode, but everybody loved her. So they gave her a storyline and kept her in the show.
And arguably her relationship with Shamar Moore became the glue for so many of those episodes.
Yes. I loved it. I missed them.
Me too. They
One of
were
my
my favorite
favorite-
part of that show.
Yes.
One of Marcus shows she has the shirt for Criminal Minds, or what?
They-
Yeah.
They were a couple without being a couple.
They were a
Because
very
you
platonic
could
couple.
look at them in certain scenes and you could see the love he had for her and the love she had for him. But they never acted on it and tried to take it to that next level. They just stayed in that zone.
He wanted
But
to
you
hit
could
that.
see in their expressions how much they deeply cared for each other. That shit was my favorite part, but
Yeah.
we're getting off track a little
Yes, we
bit.
are. Sorry. Go right
Granted,
ahead.
it's a perfect Valentine's Day conversation, which is in 10 days, but you know.
You know, it's back out now, apparently. It's like there's new episodes out of it.
Yeah.
There's new Criminal
Yeah.
Minds out, I guess.
Yeah.
With most of the
Original
cast from
cast.
the last season.
I got to check it out.
So, but getting back to this, it's just like the piece of Sami Zayn made everything unpredictable because the Bloodline act prior was getting stale. Sammy added that spice to make things unpredictable, and then at Clash of the Castle when they added Solo to the mix, and you had that diesel enforcer, you know, to just play the bodyguard role for them.
Emotionless.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at the Street Champ on Not Your NXT, and he had this emotion, he had this character, and now he's just become so one-dimensional. But it was another integral piece to add some spice to that storyline. Otherwise, we would have been begging for Roman to drop this title freaking a year ago.
True.
You know, we all thought that he shouldn't have made it past Clash with the belts, that he should have lost it to Drew.
We thought that was the end
He
game.
made it.
Nope.
I think it just comes down to, like, yes, the Bloodline story is unpredictable, and that's what's driven Mania to be unpredictable. At the same time, though, had it not been for that, like, man, we're easily talking like, I don't know, because the Mania itself now is being built around unpredictability. Because who thought Gunther would have lasted as long as he did in the Rumble? Who thought, Rhea Ripley would have gone from number one and lasted all the way to the end, and Charlotte challenged Charlotte? That was a pretty unpredictable move. The result might be predictable by the end, but it was still an unpredictable road they're going to go. Yep. Which and then you would think their focus would be on the Raw Women's Championship. It was the complete opposite. They're going to save that focus for the Chamber. So the roads are unpredictable, and we were just talking about it too. We don't know if Walter's going to be fighting Sheamus and McIntyre or fighting Brock Lesnar, which, by the way, let's put this in perspective as well. Both matches are not bad.
I'll take either. I'll take either.
And then if they do Lashley versus Brock at Mania and conclude that storyline, we never seen those two have a conclusive finish. Last time they fought, Roman interfered. So, there must be a winner between those two, and it really could go either way with those two. And they might be the number one contender challenge for Gunther. Who's to say, Gunther, I say Gunther, but Walter. Who's to say that, Lesnar doesn't win there and challenge Brock Lesnar, Walter on a B show? They have made WWE feel unpredictable, because if they can make that bloodline storyline unpredictable, then anything's unpredictable.
It's fair.
Which is what you want in a Mania build, man. That's what's been missing for so long, and the entire card is being built around that. And here's another thing, too, with X Factor. Logan Paul and Seth Rollins. Who the hell was expecting that? We don't know who's actually going to win that. We don't even know who the hell's going to win that. Could be Logan Paul. Could be Seth Rollins. Maybe they're just trying to throw him a bone. But who the hell knows?
Yeah.
They've made the card unpredictable via the bloodline storyline being unpredictable. That is what has been missing from WWE for the longest time. The main event has not felt unpredictable when it comes to Manias in the past, and by proxy, your entire Mania doesn't feel unpredictable. Now, with this being unpredictable, they built the card around everything else being unpredictable mostly. I'm sure you're going to get some things that are going to be predictable, because you kind of need that anyway. I mean, nothing can be, oh my God, like it's just going to come out of nowhere, right? But most of the matches that are being built up right now are. And that's a rare thing this Mania season. It hadn't happened in I don't even know how long.
Yeah, honestly, the last unpredictable thing I can think of that we saw was Austin Wrestling last year.
Right.
And prior to that, you've really got me scratching my head.
Exactly.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this topic up before we move on to the main event. Okay.
Alrighty.
Mikey, I saw your private chat. Were you gonna bow out?
Yeah, I just got to show respect to the team. Plus, I love you guys' thoughts and shit like that. So, it keeps me interested. But nah, man, I got to get going and shit, because, it's getting late over here. It's almost 2 a.m. and I got to get up early. But I'm still rocking out with you guys for a minute.
For sure. We're going to get to the main event topic that you suggested. So hopefully you'll be able to chime in a little bit, or at least maybe get some thoughts in the comments here once we say goodbye to you officially. But yeah, wrestling's royal families. Cody Rhodes mentioned this during his promo on Monday night, and it got Mikey T thinking about, in addition to the obvious being the bloodline, who would you consider some of wrestling's major royal families? Hassan, how's it going? We see you there in the chat. We just didn't want to break up the flow of the conversation, but we see you. We acknowledge you. Obviously, for me, the first name that comes to my mouth, aside from the Anoa'i family, which is a given, because that's what sparked the whole conversation, is the Hart family.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
You figure all the boys wrestled, all the women married wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
They've, spawned children. Some of the children have gotten into the business. Some have been more successful. Some didn't know when to keep their ears open and shut their mouth. I'm looking at you, Teddy, but that's another story. Then you've got the guys that are just kind of caught in the middle, like poor D.H. Smith.
Oh, man.
Had a good run with the Dynasty, got released, did his thing on the Indy circuit, being a journeyman like we talked earlier, got a chance to come back with the company. The ink didn't even dry on his contract. He was released again. Then you've got your Natalias, who, as we addressed earlier, Mikey T is officially a member of the Hart family because her mom is an offspring of Stu and Helen Hart.
That was a few weeks ago.
Yes, go back in the archives and watch that one. That dance around was pretty hilarious to rewatch.
It's not Bret Hart's daughter, damn it!
You got ridiculous. All right, let's keep going.
So you've got those, you've got TJ Wilson, Tyson Kidd, who is a member of the family via his marriage to Natalia. He was best friends with one of the other Hart kids. That's kind of how he originally got accepted into the family.
Right.
So the Harts are definitely the first one that come to my mind next to the Anoa'i family. Then you go on and you think about, I honestly don't feel like, while there are other families, I don't feel like anyone really compares next to those two names. I mean, the Rhodes family is only 3 deep. Dusty, Dustin, and Cody. Even if you factor in Terry Runnels via her marriage to Dustin.
At that time, yeah.
You've got 4.
Throw in Brandy then, damn it.
Okay, you can even throw Brandy in through her marriage to Cody. But arguably the most successful is Dusty. Cody comes in second at this point. He could eclipse his dad if he succeeds at WrestleMania.
That's the key.
And Dustin is like third, which is a sad statement considering the years he's put into the business and the fact that this is probably his final year in the business. And he never really got to sniff that main event.
I agree. Yeah.
At least not for more than a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Icy at best. Tag at worst. I mean, he did have some good tag teams. Booker T and Goldust was good.
That was great.
Him and Stardust, him and Cody was good.
No.
But,
so much.
like, Dustin, when he wasn't Goldust, Dustin could just never get the momentum rolling on a gimmick.
Right.
Plain and simple. You look at the natural Dustin Rhodes, and there was promise, but he was in Dusty's shadow way too much as the natural. Then he came to WWE, got the Goldust shtick, and then every company he went to tried to capitalize on that. Black Rain, 7.
Saw 7 lasted what? Hours.
It didn't even last its initial promo. He came out there dressed as 7, cut his first promo, and ripped the gimmick to shit.
My name's 7.
On Arrival.
Seriously, the only gimmick that was deader on Arrival was freaking Uncle Fred as the Taskmaster.
Can't believe that Black Rain shit.
Yeah, and that was just TNA and Vince Russo trying to capitalize on Goldust.
Bro.
That's fair.
I didn't even watch really much of the gimmick. I had just seen a collage of the videos. It just seemed bad.
It was the Wish version of Goldust.
It was
because
also,
they couldn't get the rights to Goldust because Vince had that shit trademarked.
Yep.
He came up with Black Rain also when he was in a really bad time of his life. Number one.
Understood, but still, it's like the name in of itself is a play off of Gold Dust, Black Rain, like serious.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And then it wasn't even as good as those like weird gimmicks he was doing when he was with like Luna Vachon. It's like,
Yeah,
come
the
on.
artist formerly known as Gold Dust.
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I had to sit through some of that shit when I was doing my Rumble watch long, and I was like, "Oh Christ, I feel for you, Dustin. How you didn't just Kurt Cobain your shit with this gimmick is beyond me."
Yeah.
And that sounds harsh to say, but it's facts. Like it's the truth. It's factual. Take it, Uncle Remus.
Dolls.
But for real, like
I'm the wrong guy to be doing that part of the show.
bad.
But that's okay.
It was bad. So you've got the Roses, which again, like no disrespect to the Rhodes family, but how do you put them in the same level as the Anoa'i and the Hearts?
Because Cody said it. That's why. No, I'm kidding, but you know.
You've got the Ortons. But again, you know, nobody really remembers the Big O, Randy's grandfather.
Yeah.
And most people this generation barely remember Cowboy Bob.
Which is sad too.
Yeah.
And if they do remember Cowboy Bob, they remember him for being Piper's heavy with the arm that never healed.
Right.
Yep.
At best.
Yeah. Yeah, no one remembers Cowboy Bob these days, unfortunately. You know, and when I talk about the newer fan, I go back to like the C Nation. The C Nation and beyond, as I like to call them. You know, and it's like it's just some of these families, while there are great legacies, have been so poorly represented in the mainstream, I think. You know, Flair. Oh, there's a huge legacy with Flair. No, there's not. It's Rick and Charlotte. Does anybody really want to try and bring up David Flair?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Only that one
Dory.
Undertaker segment.
And that's just for WWF. He had a decent run in WCW.
Yeah, where he decent as in he got his ass kicked by Terry.
He was part of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, he was also.
I knew Jeff was going to bring that up.
He was also got his ass kicked by freaking Terry Funk one time, and I quit.
Disco Inferno had a decent career. David Flair did not.
I was gonna say, Jeff, David Flair being part of the Wolfpack isn't that special. So was Glenn Gilberti and Conan.
You know what? You know,
and
we all
Buff
talk
Bagwell.
about. We all
hey,
talk.
you know what? Star on Buff. You'd be nice to Buff.
Hey, listen. We all talk about dream matches, but here's a nightmare match.
Oh,
it's a nightmare match. Wolfpack's David Flair versus Black and White's Virgil.
David Flair all the way.
Oh yeah.
But
I
let's
mean,
be real.
that's right.
And let's be real here, fellas. While we're sitting here shooting and keeping everything 1,000, Charlotte Flair wouldn't be Charlotte Flair if Reed Flair hadn't died.
Well, right. No. And that's not, at least purposely, on my end, digging on Charlotte. That's the truth of it. Ashley wouldn't have stayed the course if Reed hadn't overdosed and passed away.
Wow.
Yeah. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
She said that. She's owned that. It's all over the Flair documentary that just came out.
So it's like if Reed had been able to establish himself more than he did, maybe the Flair name could be in conversation.
Right.
But as it stands, it is Rick and Charlotte. And we don't talk about David, just like Disney doesn't want us to talk about Bruno.
So I'm not hearing a very prominent, at least 4-generation deep family in the conversation here.
Go ahead.
The McMahons.
Yeah, true. Yep.
I was going to get to the McMahons eventually. I was trying to think of and talk about the ones that are, and this is a loose term here, but a primarily wrestling family. I know Vince is in the wrestling business. And I know that everybody has had at least a match under their belt, except for Vincent J. McMahon. But it's like, but I'm trying to get through the people that Cody would legitimately be referring to as a dynasty, if you will. And while the McMahons changed the business for better or for worse, depending on what side of the fence you want to look at it that day.
Right.
That name, I don't think will be looked at with the same reverence as the Harts, the Anoa'i's, and some of the other families. Especially considering the controversy that always seems to follow Vince.
Well, right.
Whether it's steroids, whether it's hush money in the bank.
Which is a shirt you can buy.
Yeah. So.
I think if the Von Erichs hadn't had such a tragic story, they'd be in the conversation.
There you go. There's another legendary family, the Von Erichs.
Are definitely, I mean, God, think
Still
about
kicking too.
What happened?
Still kicking too with
Marshall and Ross, yeah.
Marshall and Ross.
Think about how many people passed through Fritz's territory. How many people really, think about the creative minds, whether you like these people or not, behind WWE today. How many people passed through the Von Erich territory? The most prominent name on my list off the top of my head are the Freebirds. Michael Hayes, who's still helping cultivate WWE creative today.
And his daughter wrestles NWA sometimes.
If Michael Hayes or it may have been Batman, it may have been Terry. If the Freebirds don't slam the head on Kerry's the cage door on Kerry's head, there's no Freebirds. There's no Michael Hayes doing this shit now. Period. End of sentence.
It's fair.
So Michael Hayes, because of the Von Erich, I am talking. I'm here. I just got a text from what I was waiting for. So I really think that the Von Erichs, tragic ending or not, definitely are in the discussion.
Yeah. I don't know who else other than the families we just mentioned. Is there?
What about the Armstrongs?
Armstrongs, maybe. But what about?
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting take. Unfortunately,
Brian.
Bullet Bob, Referee Scott, and Brian are like the biggest names out of all of them.
Well, Brad Armstrong too, for a stint.
I think if Brad had been more than the greatest WCW cruiserweight that never was.
Yeah.
That's not shit on the Armstrongs. I love the Armstrongs.
Right.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, true.
There is one other name, and I saw Dory's hand go up, but I just want to make sure I say it before she takes what I'm about to say. The Guerreros.
Yeah, Guerreros, yeah.
There you go.
Going all the way back to Gory.
Yeah.
Hector, Mondo, Chavo, and Eddie.
Yeah,
all champions in their own right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then you got Chavo Classic. You got Dominic Guerrero. You've got Vicky. You got Shaw. Nice. I was waiting for somebody to pick up on that.
Nice.
But you got Vicky. You've got Shaw. Legitimate. Dominic was thrown in there as a ha-ha. But I swear to God, dude, you can't tell me they're not going to end up pulling that trigger down the road.
They have
the way they're pushing him, like, for real. Yes, Dory. Who else were you going to say, or did I just steal the Guerreros from you?
Well, you stole the Guerreros from me, or rather from Stat Boy, but Stat Boy also snuck in for a moment and said the Mysterios.
Yeah, Mysterios, because
here's the thing with the Mysterios, much like the Flares, it's really only a two-name contingent.
It's Ray and Dominic, right?
Well,
and it's Ray's uncle,
right?
The original Rey Mysterio,
right? Because apparently this is Rey Mysterio Jr.
Yeah, Dominic is still too green to really count him as part of the legacy.
Yeah, true.
Dominic is still getting his feet wet.
Okay.
He's been in the company for a couple of years and he's getting better.
No, Mikey.
But he's still cutting his teeth. He's still attached to Mama's tit, if you will.
He wishes. Anyway,
he hasn't been tethered off yet to bottles and formula. Like,
doesn't know what a
he's still attached.
on a blackout curtain.
But
Damn it, no.
outside of that, it's the original Rey Mysterio, his uncle, and
Right.
then Rey that we all know, which is Junior.
And
if it wasn't for the fat JJ that what everyone calls Duke Moore, I would put Blanchard in there, considering again he's part of the Horseman and his daughter. She had so much talent going for her, and I know it's not deep, but you still look at
No, it
both
is.
sides
It
of
is
the
though.
coin, different generations, just nice.
It is, Noah, because Tully's father also was a promoter and a wrestler. So you got Joe Blanchard, you got Tully, and you got Tessa. Absolutely. 3 generations. That counts to me. The Wyndham / Rotunda
Good, there you go.
family.
Yeah.
You know, Barry and Blackjack and Mike and Mika and of course Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas, that's talk about horsemen, talk about major impact players in WWE and wrestling history. There you go.
Yeah, you
true.
got the DiBiase's.
Oh my God! Right?
Minus Brett.
Well, yeah, we don't talk about Brett.
Well, no, this isn't a show where we don't talk about stuff. Brett had his issues, but you know what? Teddy and Teddy Senior also was caught up in that bullshit. So
You got the great Malenko, Boris. You got Dean.
And I believe the man of 1,000 holds.
I think the Debbie Malenko that was part of the NWA thing was not officially Blood Malenko, but she was part of the extended family. So again, kind of goes all the way.
Hindsight.
You want to talk about not even officially being family, but still having family legacy? What about the Andersons?
Oh my God, yeah.
Gene and Ole to Arn to Brock.
Yeah, Gene, Ole, and Lars.
The CW.
Yep.
It's like, again, a kayfabe family, but a damn great legacy.
Yes.
True. I mean, JJ, we called Braun Breaker tonight. The Steiners.
Yeah, Steiner,
yeah. I mean, granted, they're only 2 deep at the moment, generation-wise, but
that's the main reason I wasn't going to go there, because that was a question that got repeatedly asked.
Yes.
In the chat room. I don't know if I would consider the Steiners a family legacy.
Not yet, anyway.
Nah, too young.
Yeah, I mean, if Scotty has a kid that gets into the business, and then Braun has a kid that gets in the business, we can talk.
Right.
I guess
But as it stands right now, it's literally a pair of brothers and one son.
Yeah, Anthony Corelli, aka Santino, he got himself and I guess his daughter. So let's start.
And again, going back to the whole Rhodes comment.
Yeah.
As sad as it is to say right now, it's Scotty and then Braun and then Rick.
Yeah.
If you were to rank them in importance.
Yeah.
Let Braun get a couple more years on his belt, get to the main roster. If he can get that push and become WWE champion, he'll eclipse his uncle. But right now, his uncle is still a bigger name when you consider everything he's accomplished in his career.
Yeah.
I also, Jay,
and I'm not a Scott fan, by the way.
Well, no. Yeah. I also, and this is going to sound like I'm talking down to you, and I'm not. Your length of fandom, even being able to go back and watch stuff after the fact, Rick and Scott Steiner were major stars in the early 90s and late 80s. And again, with Rick Steiner, even before Scotty came into the company, Rick was part of the Varsity Club with Sullivan and Rotunda, and again, tragic end or not, without Rick being in Crockett / WCW, he doesn't get his, cute little demure #1 fan named Robin, who evolves into woman, Nancy Benoit. We don't get Nancy in the business.
That's fair, but I'm just going off of their accomplishments. I'm not trying to say that Rick wasn't important to his place in history.
Okay.
Anything like that. I'm going, if you look at their biographies and you look at what they've accomplished,
right?
It goes Scotty, then Braun, then Rick.
Because
at the very least, you've got Scotty and Braun as multi-world champions.
Okay.
Rick was never quite able to get there.
No, he was not. He was a U.S. champion. He was a TV champion. But Scotty
He
and
was
Rick,
mid and tag at best.
yeah, Scott and Rick, before people talked about the Road Warriors winning every championship there was, the Dudleys or, whoever, Rick and Scott were winning championships in every freaking continent except Antarctica because it's too damn cold to wrestle in fucking Antarctica.
And that's fair. And I did reference on the commentary earlier, Scotty and the way he would move back in the days when they were still playing up the collegiate gimmick with the varsity jackets.
Right.
So I know some of the earlier stuff,
Right.
despite my limited fandom knowledge, which only eclipses Dory's, I think, at this point. I think everyone else has got greater knowledge than me. But,
Yeah.
And let me just state for the record, Dory, I appreciate your dedication to
Yes.
doing the homework and the research.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a homework assignment for you. It doesn't need to be completed by next week because there's no way it's going to be done that quickly.
Okay.
But between tonight and WrestleMania, I want you to watch every WrestleMania.
Okay.
There's 54 days between now and then, and there's only 30-something WrestleManias, 38 WrestleManias, because this is going to be WrestleMania 39.
Right. I think we
There's
can
a couple of
arrange
them that have 2 nights, but yeah.
3 of them.
So,
I know it's doable. I'm going to show you why as we keep going, but go ahead, Jake.
because Jeff is already on his countdown.
Oh,
And I think he's getting ready to do WrestleMania 4. I think he did 3.
Jeff is a glutton for punishment.
I finished 4 today early just because
Okay. Okay, so he's getting ready to do 5. So you're just a few days behind him.
Okay. Well, with my work schedule and stuff, I think I can work that out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm giving it to you now, because like I said, you've got 54 days. Even
Okay.
for some of the longer ones, like WrestleMania 4, which is a tournament, and 17 hours.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding, but it feels like that.
Oh, it sure
You can
does.
split it up into like 2 days.
When you do a watch along, it's a mucker feather. I'll tell you what. All right, just here. This is including our own watch alongs thrown in there and not watching on those days. It can be done before WrestleMania.
Okay.
So there you go. And that's me and that's me taking a 3-day break this coming week.
Yeah.
So.
4 days if you count enough said.
Yes.
Oh yeah, well, 4. That's true. Yeah, because I didn't.
Hashtag Jeff can't count by the shirt.
I was gonna
This
say.
also Tyrant having to evacuate from a gas leak in the house. I apologize.
Okay.
But so there's all those. Someone brought up Emmanuel brought up in the comments. If we're going kayfabe, Undertaker and Kane with Paul Bearer as Kane's dad.
Yeah.
Your brother's alive.
And then you even factor in Mankind, Uncle Paul. You
Right.
factor in Michelle McCool, Taker's legitimate wife. You factor in Sarah, his wife for a while during the whole Stalker angle and the Alliance invasion.
And now Michelle McCool.
I just said her, but yeah.
Really just said that. Yeah, if you
And Arlene, for the record, we mentioned the Anoa'i family, which is the bloodline, the Rocks family. That's essentially what sparked the conversation.
They're all under the
was
same
Cody's promo about Roman on Raw, which is about the Anoa'i family.
Yeah.
Which are all under the same umbrella.
If you factor in everybody that's been acknowledged within Undertaker, Mark Calloway's family over the years, it's pretty deep, but at the end of the day, only Undertaker and Kane and Michelle McCool have actually won wrestling championships as in-ring competitors. So it's a great legacy, but it's not so deep.
No, it's okay. No need to apologize, Arlene. Depending on how new you are to the fandom, you may not have realized that it was all the same group. You're perfectly okay. No need to apologize.
Hey, you're good,
we
Arlene.
just appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Exactly.
And again, the Anoa'i, I missed if the Anoa'is were gone into detail, so I apologize, but I did want to talk about them since they are the...
We didn't go depth into detail because I figured that the WWE has painted the Anoa'i family tree numerous times on its broadcast.
That's fair.
So, I mean, you've got Jimmy, Jay, Solo Sikoa, all the sons of Rikishi Fatu.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Afa and Sika, the Wild Samoans. You've got the Tonga Kid.
Yep.
You've got Head Shrinker Samu.
Yes.
You've got Roman Reigns, of course. You've got The Rock. You've got Ava Rain, his daughter. You've got Yokozuna. You've got Rosie and Jamal, a.k.a. Umaga. Or as Regal would say, Umanga.
Yeah, I remember that.
And Rosie, aka the superhero in training.
Yes.
You've also got Manu, who I believe is.
I think he's related to Afa. I could
think
be
so,
incorrect.
Sifa Fatu as well. Sifa Fatu, who I've actually had conversations with.
Yes, Umaga's son is talking about coming into WWE now that his legal troubles are done away with.
Yeah, Jacob Fatu.
Yeah,
Jacob Fatu,
Fatu.
yes.
Still in fusion.
And as they call them, Blood Brothers, so we'll throw them in there. The Snukas, Tamina and Jimmy.
Nia Jax, isn't she related as well?
Nia Jax is The Rock's mother.
Whether we want to admit it or not.
Right. You've also got I just had it. I literally did, by marriage to me Naomi. Jesus, I said Tamina, right?
Yes.
Naomi.
Yeah, Naomi, yep.
And
then going to the Rock's family, you got Rocky Johnson, the Soul Man, his father. You've got the High Chief Peter Maivia.
Peter Maivia.
Who's another blood brother of the Anawahi. So yeah, they're that is by and large, the Samoan dynasty is by and large the deepest, richest bloodline in wrestling. There is no other comparison. Flat out.
Like I said, the closest legitimate threat to comparison you get is the Hart family.
Yeah. Because as you said, they either were wrestlers or they married wrestlers. One or the other. They were
Because you figure Diana married Davey Boy.
Yep.
You figure that Ellie married Jim.
Yep.
I could never remember the mom's name because she's another one. She always, no disrespect to Natty's mom, I never understood the appeal in her to Jim.
Right.
But love is blind. Love does strange things.
Yes. You and I can both have another conversation for a whole other couple hours on that one, brother.
At the end of the day, Ellie and Jim spawned Natty and Jenny, and God bless them for doing it. The world is a better place for it.
Wherever those two girls' genes came from, whether it was post-surgery or not, we love you, Ellie and Jim, and we thank you for your service to the wrestling fandom. Georgia, the other sister, married Ted This, who, of course, Teddy Hart, whatever Teddy Hart has become.
Yeah.
Part of that legacy, part of that dynasty.
I did mention Teddy earlier on, how some of them had kids who were successful and some of them didn't know how to keep their ears open and their mouth shut.
Yeah, and having worked close, and I mean close in a car with Teddy Hart, it is what it is.
Boy.
Trust me, that's a whole other off-air conversation that'll take place much later than today because I ain't got enough energy left to do that shit tonight. But
fair enough.
The McMahon family was mentioned earlier, man. I brought them up, but again, JJ was trying to go for more of the in-ring folks. But again, every McMahon except Linda of the current crop has been a champion.
Yes,
scarily enough. Has Linda
even though Linda has never held a championship, she was a part of a presidential cabinet. So there you go.
And honestly, Linda's a champion putting up with this shit for 40 years, if we're being real.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
she's
that is her championship.
So she's a champion just for that. And then you got Shane, who was a hardcore champion. You got
and a European champion.
And European champion, that's right. And you also have...
And wasn't he a tag champion with The Miz also?
Yes! Yeah. He is the best in the world, damn it!
God.
He was right, he is the best in the world.
And then he won the trophy, whatever the hell that's worth.
So, the funny thing about
just get Shane McMahon a WWE Championship reign. He's fucking Grand Slam, baby.
No, please no.
Not when I'm out in the universe. Josh Mansfield is not going to
play 5 yards first. No, because he's got to win Intercontinental US first.
Damn it. He had 2 mid-card titles. That should count.
That's right. They promote up into one.
Well, anyway,
They
then
got
you have
unified,
Vince.
damn it.
Vince won the damn WWF title like what, 3 times or something like that?
Once.
Oh God,
no. Vince was WWF champion once, and he was ECW champion once.
Oh,
We do not talk about do-rag Vince for 2006.
Yeah, we did.
We do not talk about do-rag ECW champion Vince. No.
Do-Rag McMahon is even further on the don't talk about on this channel than Chris Benoit is. Because at least we still acknowledge Chris Benoit.
Accurate.
You're damn right we do.
And we get talked to. I'll say it like that because I was about to say lynched or hung, and that's a really poor choice of words with Benoit. But we get talked to by our fans on a regular basis for why we still hold Benoit in a high regard. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to we here at the Multiverse of Media separate what the man did in his last 72 hours and the in-ring competitor and the years of history he put into that 20 by 20.
And at the end of the day, we still crack on it because we're talking about the World Heavyweight Championship floating from the Garden of Toronto with Orton's goddamn awful peach tights. So, it is what it is.
Damn right. And Toothless Aggression, which was a t-shirt.
We dance around that shit as much as we possibly can just for the haha, but in the day, it did happen.
I lost all my teeth.
Arlene, we need a video of you doing the Shane McMahon money dance or else it doesn't count.
I can do it.
That's right.
No, James, that's a bad James.
I can do it.
No, James, that's bad. No.
Don't do it unless we get a super chat for it.
That's right.
James, come on, we got to milk the
got money.
audience.
Come back next week. So
milk the audience.
But yeah, with the
and a
McMahons,
$25 super chat will get Noah to sing Real American.
Brother.
I don't know, milking the audience.
No.
No, flat out refuse. There's a moment in time. There you go.
I was just trying to say, milking the audience, that's weird.
So the funny thing about Stephanie's women's championship reign, I was doing shopping at Walmart recently. I found that figure. I actually, the same day I found the Frankie Kazarian figure, I finally bought the damn thing. Yay, Frankie, we love you. We do. That turned out that's going to be the last Stephanie McMahon individual figure produced prior to the resignation.
Oh, interesting.
So I have that figure. So I should put out a tweet. I said, I'm like, are you going to be at Access or something, even though you're not part of the company? Because I'd love to have it signed and on the studio wall.
Well,
Arlene is asking how much for a Shane McMahon dance from you guys.
From us.
$10.
From all of us?
$10 and James will do it.
$10 for me and I'll do it, yeah.
There you go. $10. Well, Arlene, make sure you're watching on channel. It's actually monetized.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Considering that Emmanuel's the one who brought her over, I'm willing to bet she's watching on yours.
Okay, that's fair. $25 keep up. Damn.
Okay. Emmanuel's trying to really make the money out. Yeah, I was gonna for her first time in the chat room, I was willing to give her the discounted rate, first timer rate, $10. James will do the dance.
Yes.
No discounts in the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse with me. I paid full price and get nothing.
No, I'm gonna do it. For $10. I just want an excuse to do the Shane Shuffle at this point. I don't care.
James, you freaking cheap idiot!
And then we've got to make sure we clip this so that Josh can see it.
Oh yes.
Because we all know how much Josh loves him some Shane O'Mac. Top 5.
Same daggum different idiot that said for $100 I have to do some stupid Fortnite dance.
You said you'd do it. I didn't say anything. We got
Gentlemen, we have a $20 super chat.
Oh shit! Okay, well, 20. I'll do it. You know what? Hang on. Wait, James. Wait.
What are you doing?
I think he's gonna get the music going.
She'd like two
he
people.
wants 2
He said,
people.
I don't
So
know
Jeff,
what
do
this
it
is,
too.
but one of y'all is up.
Me too. Christ. All right. Well, hang on.
Okay.
All right. Hang on.
Okay. So I gotta find a.
Oh my god, this is so bad. Hang on. It's gonna be the worst thing we ever done.
Jeff, pull
I can't wait to
Noah
see
and
this.
Dory out so that the shot is just you two.
Yes.
Yeah, you two side by side.
Yes.
I can't wait to see this.
Okay, so I'll just do that. That's what we'll do.
All right, James, you ready?
Okay.
All right, hang on.
I can't get the camera any further
I'm
away.
trying. Oh my god.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait. Hang on. Okay, wait. I
gotta do it from
pants,
two
by the way. I
angles.
had to change pants. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, now I gotta do it from the feet perspective.
Oh man, he's got the pike and the steps and everything. Look at this guy. God damn, look at this shit.
There we go.
Oh my god.
I would do it a lot better if it wasn't carpet floor and
Right.
I had a fucking, you know, I had more room.
Oh dear Christ. You totally
I
stole
don't
Greg's
know.
gimmick there. I really don't care. Oh my god.
That was awesome.
That was good. That was good.
That was an experience.
That was awesome. Mansfield, that was just for you.
Well, that's right.
Arlene, thank you for the super chat. That was for you as well. But our buddy Josh, who was on here earlier, is a huge Shane O'Mac fan. I know he's going to pop hardcore for that.
Okay, so for the record, Arlene super chat not only got James his desire to do the Shane McMahon dance, we getting paid at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Arlene, and everybody else that has super chatted over the last month. Be able to get us another payout.
Yeah,
here
literally,
across
it's
the multiverse of media.
It's February 4th.
Yep.
And we're already gonna get another payment this quarter as of the end of the end of March roughly.
All right, well, tune in next time when Jeff and James and somebody else do the Too Cool dance for a super chat of $30.
Hang on. Before everybody gets all ape shit on that comment, wait a minute. I have ha-ha'd around Rikishi calling me Oos before they made that bozo clown hair Sami Zayn honorary Oos, right?
Yeah.
I can do the entire Rikishi Too Cool dance. Flat out. I can do it. I know. Now, hang on. Before we start getting flooded with super chats, because that'd be awesome, by the way.
No, not tonight.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, because it is 11:15, and we would need 3 people, and I know at least one person in my house is asleep. I'm not trying to wake up. But
what I'm saying is, I can do the Rikishi part. I ain't doing the goddamn work. That ain't happening.
No.
What I was going to say is I will do Grandmaster Sexay.
Okay.
I will do the Thriller, the whole 9.
That's right. Oh,
that just means
I can do
that
that too,
somebody else has to do Scotty and do the worm. So that's either Noah or James.
What I would suggest we do is,
But regardless, if we get the super chat for that, it's going to have to be something that we film.
Yes.
Another day when there's not people asleep in our houses.
Yes.
And then we can air the video next week on the show.
Right. So please feel free to super chat tonight. It's just not going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
There you go.
Arlene says she's going to serve up $30
until then.
We appreciate that, Arlene.
Yeah,
why is such a marketing guy?
Because there have been plenty of indie experiences over the years where I've seen people go into the ring and do the dance. So
my ex actually got in the ring with Nicole and Rikishi and did the dance. She was brought in to dance with them.
Did she go like Lita, freaking on the ropes and just got down?
No.
Damn.
I need to step out briefly. My son is returning from his winter formal, so he wants me to see him in all his
decked out glory,
I guess. And we're also having food dropped off, so I have to go, but I will be back to help wrap up the show, Jay.
Sounds good.
All right.
We will just kind of stall in the meantime then, Jeff, because I think for the most part we were done. So it's about time to start going home and doing the plugs and everything anyways, so
I'm looking up the dance right now so I can maybe learn.
Oh Jesus.
Lord.
Here we go. Okay.
Just move like a robot and do your arms like, a wave and you're good.
Hey, how many years of community theater, mostly musical? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Well, this
maybe we can get Stat Boy to be Mikey Too Hottie.
Hottie, yeah. Yeah.
Because I know he's watching. I've seen him comment along a couple times.
Yep, he's watching, and every so often he'll pop in here for me to say to relay something. So,
Hey, you know what? Since we're just
Uh-oh, here he comes.
No!
I ain't doing the worm for any amount of money. Sorry, it ain't happening.
Damn.
And that's a hot take from Mikey T.
Well,
No, that's Mikey C, the stat boy.
That was Stat Boy.
Mikey C, Mikey T. We had 4 Ks and 4 Cs on NXT Vengeance Day. This forum is not brought to you by the letter C or the letter K. I'm just going to say that right now.
C is for cookie, and it's good enough for me.
And chocolate chip cookie, preferably.
C is for cookie. I do like chocolate chip cookie. Real quick. So,
oh God.
since we're just
cookie sitting behind me.
Since we're just waiting until Jeff gets back right now,
yes.
I do have a question for Noah also that is non-wrestling related, but also for Dory.
Wait a minute, a non-wrestling question for Noah? Is he even going to be able to answer this?
Oh no, yeah, he will.
I mean,
no.
is this going to be an easy question for Noah? Like, is water wet?
Screw it. I'll start it off first, and then I'll ask Dory the question.
One that meant no to you, JJ.
Well, you're the one that's always saying that you know nothing except wrestling, that all you watch is wrestling. So I'm just going with your gimmick, bro.
Well, here's the thing. It believe it or not, it's not just contrary to popular belief, it's not just the only thing Noah's interested in. He is also a gamer, and this kind of goes into plugs that I'll have later on, but I figured I'd ask him now. Noah, are you excited for Stable Wars, my guy?
I have no idea what to expect, and I'm horrible at Smash Brothers. But this.
Oh no! Listen. Well, here, all of us are going to be horrible equally because we're letting the CPU battle for us, and we're just watching the action. It's fine. We're all going to be equally horrible. Trust me.
Wait a minute. Am I commentating a video game fight?
No. God, no.
Dude, what the hell?
Smash Brothers, you cannot commentate unless you've had years of practice, number one. Number two.
Yeah, about to say. That's a roster I have no idea about.
Yeah, so that's number one. Number two, we're just having a good time and just shooting the shit and watching our characters just kind of play, beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
I'm curious to see what this is. I'm curious to see what this is about,
Cool. And in relation to another thing, Dory, what did you think of the logo concept I did for Stepwood Sports Bar?
I really like it.
There you go.
I really like it. So very nice.
We've had that logo for the show for a long time, so it's always good to have variety every couple of years or so.
New year, new season, new fresh coat of paint for the bar stools and the bar walls. And
hey,
I'm sure James is going to come up with something besides gears for simply predicting some point this year, maybe after WrestleMania. Because that's when Raw and SmackDown reset their sets anyway or something. The new dumb pop music theme, what nonsense. I can't recognize 98% of the music in WWE.
Hey, that is accurate. That's why when we were doing the Rumble, I legit had to wait until I saw somebody come out the entranceway. With a few exceptions, the songs that I did know for sure. It's like, okay, who's this? Oh, okay.
Jeff, you and I were literally talking about during Vengeance Day. It still had the, but we knew that was not the original Gallus theme. I'm like,
no,
really?
No.
By the way, I just sent that logo I referred to in the chat if anybody wants to take a look.
Okay, I will definitely go check it out momentarily. Again,
so we've just basically been stalling until you came back, Jeff, because the conversation about the wrestling families is pretty much done. So it was about time to start the go home anyways, and you disappeared. So it was like, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate the stall. Yeah, it's one of those. People don't understand how important music is until it changes. And you go, oh, that's so much worse than it was. So,
and honestly, as hot of a take as this is, that's the way I felt when they switched from My Time to Motorhead.
Yeah,
it's because I loved My Time. That screamed Triple H on his own.
Yep.
I am the game. I am my own man. I don't need DX anymore. It is my time to be on top. And then they pulled the plug on that and they went to Lemmy. Time to play the game.
I've always did love the build up to that song. I'm not
and as iconic of a song as it is, and as much as it inevitably grew on me.
Right.
that's how I felt when they did that change.
No, I agree.
You know, the same thing with, as we talked about earlier, Basic Thugonomics to My Time Is Now.
Yes.
My Time Is Now, I didn't mind in the beginning.
Yeah.
But then it got played out.
Yes.
That'll be the day when freaking Basic fucking Novice is freestyled on here.
Burning My Light. When they changed
I
that
love
to
that
voices.
theme.
Hey, nothing you can say.
Yeah,
exactly.
When they
Yep.
changed that to voices, and granted, don't get me wrong, I love voices too. I used to sing voices to my daughter when she was a baby.
Yes.
As like a lullaby.
Yeah.
Which, if you think about the lyrics, that's some twisted shit to sing to a baby. But
Yeah,
I would legit put her to sleep singing, I hear voices in my head. They
Oh my
counsel
God,
me, they talk to me.
You guys scoff. I forget which album. Forgive me. They released about 4,500 albums in the course of a couple years on Spotify and all over the digital medias. There's an album that they released that has acoustic versions of both I Walk Alone and Voices. God damn, if those aren't deep muckerfudding cuts, man, they are good.
Yeah.
I dare say better than the actual in arena, big pomp and circumstance ones. They're good.
A
So-
lot of that stuff also isn't being muttered out by all the ambient noise.
I can definitely see where it would work. Definitely the melody of voices definitely goes well, and if you apply your voice in a certain inflection with the tone, it works perfect lullaby. Just the words are twisted as fuck.
When they switched American Badass to Rollin'.
Yeah.
I love
I
Roland,
didn't like
though,
that.
man. I love Roland.
Don't get me wrong, I loved Roland too, but his whole gimmick was he was the American Badass.
Yeah, right.
And then the rumor I heard was that they pulled the plug on American Badass because it was too commercial.
Oh, come on!
Roland is like the most commercial song Limp Bizkit ever did.
Yeah, seriously.
And Leaps and Bounds more commercial than American Badass.
Yeah.
Well,
so I didn't buy into the logic and bullshit, the rhetoric they were spewing, but that was the rumor that I heard at the time as to why they changed it.
Yep.
I was pissed at first. And even when Limp Bizkit came out, because they dropped Rollin' and My Generation as singles at the same time, and they even put it out to the fans. They were like, look, whichever song gets the better response is going to be the official single.
Yep.
I preferred My Generation.
Yeah, it's a good song.
At the time.
Yep.
Again, Rollin' High Inside has become way more iconic.
Right.
But if you listen to the words of Limp Bizkit's My Generation, I thought that was a perfect song. I loved that shit.
Don't even get me started with the Monday Night Raw theme when they changed it from Across the Nation.
There you go. See, so there's this history. There's sometimes when a song change is a good thing.
Yes.
I think about when they changed from Christian's first generic instrumental theme to At Last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
As good as that generic instrumental theme was, and as much as it fit him when he was still kind of this silent, brood-inspired gimmick.
Yep.
Oh, the brood theme.
At Last was like a coming out party.
It was.
I mean, the song even says, "At last you're on your own."
You figure how emotional that whole moment was in their hometown with that Stanley Cup looking trophy. He just dropped his brother in the middle of that ring. He was finally on his own. It was such a cool, and his single themes going forward, I think, have been pretty damn good.
The Close Your Eyes and the classic TNA theme with the 10-second countdown instrumental.
Yep.
The jacking of Evanescence One Last Breath.
I was about to say!
No. People give Dale Oliver and Surge way too much of a pass. Way too much of a pass on that
shit. They deserve every amount of bullshit they get, especially Dale Oliver, because I'm going to be honest, that mix he did for the ripoff is still terrible to this day. I don't care how iconic it is. Just get Evanescence. Just pay Evanescence and stop paying this freaking hack. He just now, this
this decade got proper equipment to do wrestling themes, okay?
Right. No, for real. You're absolutely right.
You're not wrong there, Jay. Why do you still hate though on Red Dragon's theme though, man? Come on.
Oh, jeez.
For the same reason, it's poorly mixed.
What a game!
What do we at least, JD? What do we do here?
Another
auto-tune.
change. Another change that was good. The change from Rob Zombie's Never Gonna Stop to Metalingus.
Oh my God! Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Never Gonna Stop. It was awesome to hear. Sitting back and watching No Way Out and seeing Edge come out to it still.
Yeah. At 03.
He didn't
Oh,
change the
02.
theme. Yeah. He
02.
didn't change the theme from No Way Out 02, so he still came out to Never Gonna Stop.
Yep.
And I was like, I thought they dubbed over this on the network. Yes.
No.
Like, I used to pop hard for that, but when they dropped that, went back to his old You Think You Know Me, and then like a couple months later came out with Metalingus, it was like,
Thank God. Yeah,
whoa.
Metalingus. Kane, remember he had the Slow Chemicals song that was like the world burning down with them, which is fucking mood.
See, that song took a while to grow on me.
I love
But it did.
It did eventually, but it took some time to grow on me because the voice on the song, I never thought it fit Kane.
Yeah.
Fair.
So,
and another god awful one, and I swear to God, if I ever get to meet Jim Johnston or the person that performed this song, I'm gonna look them dead in their eyes and say, "What in the flying fuck were you thinking?"
Okay.
WWF Aggression, Mac 10 doing the Big Show.
Right.
Yeah.
Dear Christ. Honestly, pretty much an entire album.
I actually
That
love
album-
the Rock's theme on that though.
Yeah, I was gonna say the album had a couple of sleepers.
Couple.
But I will admit that out of the 12, 14 tracks, whatever it is that are on that album, all but like 3 or 4 are hot fucking garbage.
Yeah.
And I was a huge rap fan at that time.
Oh yeah, you were.
Real quick, JJ,
But
I know you're
DX's version of the Keens.
Yes.
The Method Man version of The Rock.
Yep.
Yes.
And then the version that was on there of Kane's song, and I want to say it was Badass and Technique doing the New Age Outlaws.
Okay.
I liked those 4 songs. Everything else was trash, and don't even get me fucking started about Raw the Rugged Man doing Chris Jericho.
Oh, man.
Oh my god!
You know I got
that was
you.
Garbage.
No. Okay, so was that god awful Stone Cold remix on that CD, or was that on
I
Volume
believe
5?
so.
That
Yes.
was on it. That wasn't bad.
Oh my God, Snoop! Stop!
That wasn't
Bad
bad.
memory.
My biggest problem with that one was that they built it as Snoop Dogg featuring Dub C, and it's Dub C rapping the song with Snoop on the hook.
Yeah.
They built it the wrong way to just try to get the name draw of Snoop on there.
Yep.
What's up, James? I saw your hand.
Okay. So you mentioned Edge's Dodge Durango theme. I have a couple things. So I got to do this little skit because every time I hear like the Dodge Durango tune, I have a parody in mind all the time, and I can't hear it any other way. It's just I hear Rob Zombie singing. It's like, in my Durango, 3 a.m. at night, going to McDonald's with the burger and extra fries.
Damn it, James. More
And
like
then,
call DoorDash to have them deliver that shit.
Right.
Right
Seriously, it is not too late to get DoorDash out here on this side of the country yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, so you like The Rock's Method Man theme. Did you know, and I know you're a rap fan, Jay, you know he did a freaking song with Tech 9?
Oh yeah. We talked about it earlier in the year, last year.
I used some of that for my Rocky trailer. If you
did,
go back and
you
you rewatch
did
my
hear-
Rock trailer, I
Yeah,
used the intro to that.
Yeah, where he's
To
talking
start
to
off before I dropped into the 8-bit rock theme.
Bro, The Rock got decent flow. I'm gonna just say.
Well,
He does.
that's the thing. People,
The
and
Rock
again, I'm the first to
anything
admit, I
happen.
shit on Dwayne far too long. That dude is multi-talented as hell.
The dude
really
doesn't do anything half-assed. If he sucks
doesn't.
at
Yeah.
something, he doesn't do it because he doesn't want to show he sucks.
That's right.
The
You
day he
know?
does that's the day you know that he finally loses that fire inside him, where it's like, I like doing this. Okay, now I'm just over doing this. Now I'm just about the money. And
There
the
is
money
no half-ass with Dwayne. He is all ass. That's it.
If Dwayne Johnson was not an all-around amazing performer, he would not have been in a Disney fucking movie
Bar none.
singing a huge single like You're Welcome.
You're welcome.
Because
Step
as
on.
much as How Far I'll Go is the princess song of the movie and everybody goes to and relates to the princess songs, You're Welcome fucking stole the shit.
Oh, it did.
It was number one. I feel
Especially
like,
when he
all
got
time
to the
today.
rap in the middle, and that showed the fact that he could flow.
I think that song "You're Welcome" surpassed "Let It Go" at one point as far as the most popular song in Disney history, if I remember correctly.
And we don't talk about Bruno is Disney's first Billboard's Hot 100 song since A Whole New World.
30 years ago.
Yeah, that just goes to show you.
Even
Hey, Joey,
Let
we're
It
talking about
Go.
music, and you freaking work at what? Graceland, Dolly Parton. Well, you haven't said a daggum thing.
Even Let It Go didn't get there.
No.
Yeah, that's
As
saying something.
everywhere as that song was. Think about that.
Yeah.
I was so sick of that song.
Everybody was.
We all are, to be honest
I'm
with
still
you.
not, but it's all good.
JJ.
I love that song. I'm sorry.
I do too, but it's one of those.
I'll admit, Noah, I will admit that there was a period of time before I actually saw the movie where I was getting fed up with Let It Go because it was everywhere.
Exactly.
But once I saw the movie and I saw the context of the song, changed my opinion, and now that song reduces me to tears every time.
Every time, man.
And people don't understand it because here's this 46-year-old dude boo-hooing when Elsa is singing her song. But it's just one of those things, man. And I know this is one of those instances where it's like, I only watch wrestling. You sit down and you watch the journey of Elsa from the beginning of the movie to that point. If you cannot relate with her and where she's coming from, and you don't get wrapped up in that story, you have no soul.
That's
and
fair.
he's a ginger, so he has no soul anyways, and he boo-hoos.
Every time.
Wait, wait, did he gain the soul that day? Just like the Grinch got
Yeah,
three sizes of the heart.
Pretty
There
much.
you
He
go.
only has a soul when he watches that movie.
Well, the reason I know I do have a soul when I watch that movie is because I cried at that. And then if you haven't seen Frozen, turn away from the screen right now. Seriously.
The movie's
Thank
10
you.
years old. Deal with it.
I don't give a shit. Just do it anyway. Thank you. When Hans makes that big reveal that he's the bad guy, JJ had to restrain from breaking his television. He literally had to pull. JJ, am I wrong? Hand to fucking God. He had to pull me away from the TV from destroying the television.
Hey, wait! It all segues back to Limp Bizkit real quick. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those days. He almost broke his
It
knee.
was, but it
was
was
the greatest heel turn since freaking Stone Cold Steve Austin joining Mr. McMahon at WrestleMania 17. And granted, that didn't go anywhere.
No.
It didn't do what it should have done. No. But the surprise factor in that heel turn, it was as big as that, man. When Hans
I was like,
leaned in, oh, Anna, if only somebody loved you. What? Motherfucker.
I said words sitting there on JJ on the couch next to JJ. I haven't said in bed with nobody. Oh my God. There was
people so
out of my
easily
mouth.
susceptible to this emotion and getting scarred from it from your own reception.
Every word out of Jeff's mouth that day was words that you should never associate with a Disney movie.
No. If the company could retroactively go back and hear me, I'd be fired already. Like, damn.
Legit.
Look, you may have saw a different side of me on Christmas Day. You aren't going to see that for the next 365 days. Guarantee you that.
But that's okay, because we'll get it once a year.
Legit, Noah. Legit. If you ever watch it with your 7-year-old niece and you don't get sucked up in that story by the time she's singing that song to where you feel something in your soul, there's something wrong with you, legit, because
Oh,
like
Jesus.
I remember listening to my daughter play the CD in the car and hearing "Do You Want to Build a Snowman" and thinking, "Oh my God, this song is tragic. I don't know if I can handle seeing this in the theaters." And then getting in the theaters and I'm like, "Okay, I'm okay." Didn't affect me like I thought it would.
Nope.
And then you get to let it go and I'm like, like full on ugly cry.
Yeah.
Full on ugly cry because you're painted this image. And we've gone way off the rails here, but we're in bullshit mode anyways, whatever.
Superman hasn't shed a tear since The Lion King, and that was back in the friggin' 1990s.
Yeah, but like you're painted this image when you're just listening to the soundtrack.
Yeah.
And this song is supposed to be this empowering song, and it is, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But when you look at Elsa's journey throughout everything and how everyone feels for Anna for losing her best friend Elsa, well, Elsa lost her best friend too. She was forced to stay away from her sister.
Yep.
She was forced to hide everything that she is to try to change herself to make people happy.
Yeah.
And then she loses her parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like
And
a
the
pretty much
only
the common case
thing-
for any Disney movie.
And the only thing that was keeping her centered and grounded is now gone too. So now she doesn't have what's keeping her centered and she can't see her sister.
Yep.
So by the time you get to that moment, you're like, conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. It's like, oh, okay, the gloves are off now.
Shit's going down.
Like this shit just got real quick.
Personally, I'm glad my little brother no longer lives with me anymore, and I barely see the nub neck. So
Yeah.
not doing anything
All
out of
right.
me.
I'm gonna try to rein it in with two things, JJ. I promise. We'll get
Dory is patiently had her hand up, so let her go, and then you can try to reel it in.
Okay.
Well, I was reading Emmanuel's comment saying it's confirmed I have no feelings.
Yeah.
Emmanuel, are you secretly a ginger?
For real.
Probably.
For real. And that's a South Park joke for those that don't get it. They have this whole thing about how gingers have no souls.
No, I have the freckles to show all the souls I've collected. So
damn.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
All right, I'm gonna try to rein it in
Thanos
with
over
two
here.
now.
You thought he was bad with the Infinity Stones.
Right?
Listen, I don't listen. I don't fear the Reaper.
You are the Reaper.
We just need more
You're
cowbell.
the Brute Squad.
Great movie, by the way.
Did you say cowbell?
No, stop, James. Seriously. We gotta get on the rails here.
Hold on here. Hold on.
Jesus.
Am I supposed to know something about a movie I don't know about?
No. It's okay.
No.
Not watch movies.
No, you're good. You're good. Stop. Don't go down. Please stop. Come back. We're going the wrong way. Okay. So
one-way street.
As far as stop it, God damn it. As far as Anna and Elsa go, how emotional it was for me at already 30 years old at that point. When I met the characters in the park, they are people portraying characters. And I still had the whole emotional, like, because I'm stupid, right?
You're crying.
Okay, now, as far as Moana goes, everybody in here that's seen Moana, and JJ and I have had this discussion, is what's the character's name, Jay? I'm sorry. Rock's character in
Maui.
Maui. Thank you, God. Is Maui not the most The Rock character Dwayne has ever done?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because think about it.
Yes.
He starts out as this arrogant, just full of his own shit because he can, because he's, been literally handed the universe on a silver platter. And he has to find a way to, bring it down to, a human level and kind of he has this journey that the character The Rock had. It's like, fuck me, dude. Rock's been in movies for 20 years. He finally gets to play himself on a movie.
Interesting, despite the fact I've never seen it, but seen trailers for it.
Yeah, just seriously, I know you're not a movie person, no, you probably won't be it. So I will say this, I think Maui's the closest character to The Rock that we've seen on WWF television. WWF television. Wow, I went way the hell back there. WWE TV. That wasn't a botch. It was WWF. Fuck that. Closest to The Rock that we'll ever get with Dwayne, as far as in the movie. So
the only other
enjoy him
one
in the
that,
Jungle Cruise.
the only other one that I feel that even comes close, and the biggest red flag is that The Rock isn't gay. But Be Cool.
Yeah.
I think's the other one that really comes close to Rocky playing The Rock.
And that was early on, too.
It was the first movie where they really acknowledged his heritage.
Yes.
It was the first movie that they didn't cover up his tattoos.
Yep.
And with the exception of the fact that his character was gay, everything else about him was like straight on rock.
Right.
All around performer. He wanted to break into movies.
Yep.
He sings. One of the first times he sings in a movie.
Yep. It's interesting to watch his journey when you go back and watch it now. I mean, when JJ did his
Journey 2, there's another Rock movie.
That was fun too.
Yeah. When you go back and look at his filmography, and like when he did his month of Rock movies last year, I went back and watched the majority of them. It's like, man, he definitely had a journey. It's no doubt about that. All right.
I mean, if you're in Hollywood,
Speaking
you're
of
gonna be on some
journeys,
sort of journey, that's for damn sure.
Speaking of journeys, let's journey down the yellow brick road as we head to the exit gates here this evening.
Oh my God.
Start making our way back to the Esplanade. We ain't got to go home, but we can't stay here.
No.
Beep, beep.
Dory, tell us where we can find you. Give us your plugs and all that good junk for the evening.
Well, Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring me Tuesdays at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, and figure out those times in between. You can also find me at Hathaway Lou on the Twitter, and you can find me at Dory Lou, just Dory Lou, DORILOU, on both Facebook and Instagram.
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
Nicely done.
James?
All right. Well,
we didn't get an FTW video because I don't think Jeff had it saved in. It wasn't one of the trailers this evening. So
do you want me to run it? It's sitting right here.
I'll go for it. Run the trailer.
I was going to say it's like a 5-minute video, so it's up to you.
Yeah, it's this one's under 4, so I'm pretty sure it's the current one I'm supposed to have. If not,
yes,
then
it is.
Okay,
yep.
There you go.
I believe.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul. It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. AEW Grand Slam Rampage and Dynamite Watch Party. Shared Experiences by Mistress Audio and J. Hebert Side 95. Survivor Series 10-year retrospective. The J. Hebert Side of Things, Episode 3. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. Watch-alongs for Halloween Havoc 97 and Fully Loaded 2000. All of A Simple Man's Brand's Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, and Retro Wrestling Review series. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. All of AEW's watch parties the last 4 weeks. Wrestle Kingdom 17 coverage in conjunction with the Jeff Meacham Network. A Simple Take. Both episodes available now. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Royal Rumble Match Marathon with retros of events following Marathon. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
With all that said as well, I got one last thing to plug. That's the most recent thing that wasn't on there. Stable Wars, going to be on Casey's channel once again. Featuring myself, Noah Foster, Mr. Sadio, and as of now, officially, Michael X has thrown his hat into the ring. The stables that I have graphically as of right now are as follows. Noah's faction will be the Shadow Warrior Squad. Mr. Sadio's faction is going to be the Dream Blunt rotation.
Good Lord Almighty.
And mine is going to be Terry Bogard and his cavalcade of fighting type Pokemon. So there you go. That's what you got to look forward to coming up right now on FTW Productions as a whole. So there you go.
All right. Jeff, to you.
Oh, it's my turn. So, okay. Where are we at here? Okay. Good Lord. Okay, so am I plugging your stuff since it's all loaded in here? Or am I just plugging the stuff that's literally just me?
Just you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave Dad's for you then. Okay. Lord. Talk Wrestling. That's me. Yay. Every Wednesday, 10:05 Eastern, 7:05 Pacific, roughly, depending on when NXT's done, whenever I get the stream actually kicked on and going. You never know with me. Other than that, you can check us out again next Saturday night on the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media as we cover NWA Nuff Said. Now, here comes the fun part about this. So I'm going to be at Disneyland until late the 10th. Mm-hmm. After being in Arizona, the 8th and the 9th, and into the 10th for the Bella Twins appearance in Arizona. Yes, I'm plugging the Bellas. Josh don't have a coronary.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So my producer director hat will be literally thrown on coming in the door pretty much, but I will be there. Calling the action. I don't know if my login is still a thing because of the whole restructuring of the all access stuff. So if we're still logged in, cool. If not, we'll either play it by ear or we'll just do a bike night next week. But one way or the other, we'll be on the air next week at some point. So
it's fair.
We'll see how things play out. Once you're done with the plugs, JJ, I do have a birthday shout out that I'm still trying to work on pictures for because my phone sucks. So
all right. Okay, so over on the Casa D18 Studios side of things, earlier this afternoon, my new release Saturday went up for Doggone, the Netflix original film, starring Rob Lowe and Kimberly Williams Paisley, the wife of country music star Brad Paisley.
Yes.
Was an interesting, heartfelt movie. Make sure you go check that out. Tomorrow, of course, will be The War Zone, the weekly acquisition report, all pawn shop finds tomorrow.
Ooh, fancy.
I walked into a local pawn shop the other day, and they had Blu-rays for $2 a pop.
Shit. There you
So
go.
I grabbed me a decent little stack of them, and I will be showing all of those off.
There you go.
And then beginning Monday, as we continue our chick flicks, our rom-coms, we got Where the Heart Is, starring Natalie Portman, fresh off of being Queen Amidala, alongside Ashley Judd.
Yes.
We've got Say Anything, featuring John Cusack and Ione Skye.
Love that
And
movie.
the iconic Peter Gabriel song In Your Eyes. We've got Just Like Heaven with Reese Witherspoon and everybody's favorite Hulk, Mark Ruffalo.
That's right.
And then for new release Saturday next week, we have Shotgun Wedding, which I believe is an Amazon Prime original movie. It's one of the streaming sites. Jennifer Lopez and Josh Duhamel. That should be an interesting tandem, to say the very least. I've been a fan of Josh Duhamel since the TV series Las Vegas.
Right.
I've been a J-Lo fan since the movie Selena. So should be an interesting pairing. See if they've got the chemistry that some of these other movies do. Of course, Monday, following Where the Heart Is, the top 10 musicians that we lost too soon will be the dads not always on Wrestling Topic. Again, we've mentioned it a couple of times. This was originally supposed to air yesterday, February 3rd, which was the anniversary of the day the music died. The plane crash where we tragically lost Buddy Holly, the Big Bopper, and Richie Valens. Unfortunately, when we ditched Ask the Dads last year and we bumped Dads over to Mondays, the significance of the topic kind of got lost because it was no longer going to be on the date. But Jeff and I felt like it was too good of a topic to dismiss and throw out. It is a joint list where we both were like, okay, well, we think number one should be this or this. And we both had the same person as one of our two choices, so they immediately got put at number one.
Yep.
And then everything else just kind of got filtered around it, because at the end of the day, we feel like it's going to be a very somber, almost depressing episode because of the subject matter. And we felt like we were going to discuss way too many of the exact same people that we decided to just come together, as John Lennon said, and join list. So that is what we've got on deck for us.
I think that was it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay. It's everything I got in here for you. Oh, Lordy. Anybody else before we, Dory, I'm working on your quote you sent, so I appreciate that. I sent it to you again by mistake instead of sending it back to myself because I'm just that damn tired.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm host. I'm not in the producer's chair tonight. Jeff is running the board, so I have no control over anything right
I'm
now.
working on it. Okay. So this is Dory. When we do Saturday Sports Bar every Tuesday, we have what's called Dory Lou's Weekly Delight that she throws out each and every week. And as awesome as Noah is with his closing, we are going to let him do his closing message because it's the way we do our thing on Open Mic Night. I wanted to make sure we got this in because it is very apropos and very appropriate for all of us on this show.
A flower does not think about competing with the flower next to it. It just blooms.
Yep.
There you go.
Speak it, girl. For real.
Very, very fair take right there, considering no two flowers are planted in the same spot.
Exactly.
And Arlene over in the comments confirmed Shotgun Wedding is an Amazon Prime original.
Well, there you go.
So that's where you guys can find it if you're subscribed to that platform and want to watch it before I review it. That's where you can find it. I know Noah's going to jump right on that tomorrow. As we all know what a movie fanatic he is and how into the lovey-dovey movies he is.
Yes.
We appreciate that support, Noah.
And as Dory
His face just screams volumes.
No
No selling at all. We love you, Noah.
I just want to say my goodbyes and not kill y'all in this room right now.
Noah. Oh, okay, go ahead.
As Dory is here, we'll go ahead and throw this up too. Dory?
Okay, so Heroes and Legends 19, King of the Mountain is coming to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, where I am currently located, primarily located, the Evergreen Smoky Mountain Lodge and Convention Center. FanFest starts at noon. Myself and Statboy will be there. If you're in the area, come by and say hi.
There you go.
Hopefully, with that type of hype, JEFF, JARRETT will be there, because ain't he great, ladies and gentlemen? He is the king of the mountain after all.
That's right. Our buddy Josh was here earlier, the Cleveland Combatant. You can find him on the Twitter and Instagram there at the appropriate designations. Now, I'm bringing up Big Baller G's information here. He was not able to be here tonight because he is at FanFest. What the hell's the name of that damn thing?
Baltimore Celeb Fest or whatever it is.
Celeb Fest 6, thank you. And the reason I bring that up is because one of the people there that he promoted when he was on, I think either last week's show or was with us, was Ashley D'Amboise. And she is a wrestler. She's appeared with AEW and with the recently launched promotion which Jay Santana is involved in. But I did want to bring them up because today is Ashley's sister Sarah's birthday. So I wanted to give Sarah a little shout out on the show. I talked to her earlier. I actually sent her this graphic pretty much. So I mentioned a lot that Sarah was the one that literally saved my damn existence on the Jericho cruise with the case of spring water. What I always forget to point out is that Will Ospreay was hanging out with us at the poolside, and so that's actually Will Ospreay in the third picture. I was so fucked up drunk. Oh my god!
I can only imagine.
I mean, just 3 straight days of no water, just straight alcohol intake. That was it. All I had all weekend was alcohol. Oh my god!
Oh good lord!
How I didn't fucking die, I don't know to this day. I really don't. But anyway, so Sarah, happy birthday! I know it's already it's actually past midnight here now, so it's actually past your birthday. But happy birthday, Sarah! Thank you again for the life-saving H2O. We definitely got to get together and take better pictures because I have way too many chins in these pictures. Anyway, there you go.
That's a fair take. Happy belated birthday, by the way, to the on the chat. We appreciate you. Hope you had a good one.
You know, I
grow your playoff beard back out. It'll cover a couple of them.
You know, I keep wanting to do that, and then the weather keeps not cooperating, so I keep having to shave, just get rid of just make the itch stop. It's crazy. Because we're not gonna make up his damn mind out here in this damn part of the world.
There you go. So Noah, please do as you always do, and take us out of here, good sir.
Yeah, freeform microphone actually works better than the headset. I might use this from now on for pre-shows and open mic nights. Always a pleasure, gentlemen and lady. And again, this may have not been my NXT, but it's far better than what it used to be. Still not watching on TV. If you want to know more about me, though, know this. For I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me on the Twitter and YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout, of course, to the entire ATW family across the Twitter and our Facebook group, respectively. This week should be pretty simple. I mean, we kind of gave a simple take here, JJ, on NXT Vengeance Day. I know we kicked off WWE simple takes, but I think we'll save that more for the mainstream show. So our next one, of course, will be after Elimination Chamber. So as far as this week, content should be light and simple. I might record some simple takeaways from NJPW, Professional Wrestling Noah, and Stardom regarding the events that have occurred this weekend and are still going on. Stay tuned for more on that. As Jeff alluded to, maybe back here on Saturday to cover NWA. Enough said. If all things work out. Otherwise, we'll be back here on open mic night. And talk about birthdays. I turned 31 on Friday. Good Lord, where my life is going.
Oh, my.
Happy birthday.
Well, you know, I always figure it's just a number, but I guess I've had gray hair before I turned 20, so stress is what you make of it. Anyway, stay tuned. I'll be back soon again on the NoDQ review. We'll, of course, do more super predictings. A lot of them going forward. I create a graphic. I'm learning about the graphic thing, folks. That's why I'm more just an audio guy. The freaking Excalibur that did the rundown for every daggone match happening this week earlier, if you were watching the watch along. So stay more on that. Jeff Chadwick runs a show on his Meltdown Wrestling League. Might be a part of that going forward on Sunday. James, I'm now going to join him on the Stable Wars thing. It just seems like every day I'm picking up something new to occupy my time on my evenings where I don't have an actual current wrestling product to watch too, as AEW Spark might be reignited as well. That and so much more that my voice is going to be moving across my platform and the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of media too. That's a mouthful. But as always, let me conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much, Noah. We appreciate it. And just as a heads up, it looks like Arlene is going to try to make sure she donates next week for your birthday. So a little something to look forward to.
Bless y'all's hearts. You're all good people. It's not about me. It's about wrestling. Just support my friends and just have a great time. Let's build a better community.
We appreciate it, brother.
It's been a hell of an evening here, everybody. 8+ hours of coverage for the entire fandom of the multiverse of media. We appreciate those of you that have rode with us throughout the entire 8+ hour journey. For Dory Lou, your barkeep. For the Hebe man, James Hebert. For the man whose name is on the marquee, the West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham. For the simple man with the spectacular voice who helped me call all the action for Vengeance Day, even though it is not his NXT, damn it, but it is definitely improving, as he has admitted to himself. I am the Renegade JJ Williams, your host for Open Mic Night. Thank you for joining us. We will see you guys next time.
Have a good night, folks.